It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, aftermath. The remnants of Idalia still on the move, leaving a path of destruction in its wake.
It's going to swallow up the whole town. I've got to get to cover.
This morning, we're live in the region with a first-hand look at the devastation, and Al has the very latest on where that storm is headed next. Then, Aloha Spirit. Dwayne Johnson and Oprah joining forces for an important cause, rebuilding Maui after those historic wildfires.
Oprah lives here in Maui. I was raised.
We've been meeting with community leaders, just trying to figure out what we could do.
The details on their generous gift and how the island is recovering. Straight ahead. Plus, parents just don't understand. We'll talk to the mom who went viral for her end of summer rant.
What we're not going to do is act like we can't wake up. You've been getting up at 6:77 every morning.
She's here live along with her teenage son to talk about those very relatable back-to-school rules. And pearls of wisdom. We're taking you inside an oyster farm, helping a community and the environment.
That it comes in the back door, less than 2 miles away, to create a real tide-to-table experience.
Tide to table.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that phrase before.
Harry Smith comes out of his shell with a story you won't want to miss. Today, Thursday, August 31st, 2023.
From Melissa, Texas.
It's our 10-year wedding anniversary.
Visiting from Cottonwood, Arizona.
Spokane, Washington. Wall, Texas. Sussex, Wisconsin. And Wales, United Kingdom.
Sending love to our husbands and kids. Watching in Columbus, Ohio.
Shout out to the Navajo Nation
In Arizona.
New Mexico
And Utah.
From Onstead, Michigan.
Celebrating our anniversary.
Married 50 years ago today.
And welcome back. So you might be a little sad that summer's winding down, but let's be honest. As parents, it is also quite okay to be a little excited as well, especially for the kids to return to school.
I love the music, too. On that note, a story from Today.com caught our attention. So here's the deal. Nicole Jackson, a 43-year-old single mom, went viral for her TikTok listing rules for what is and not going to happen as the school year starts up. Take a look.
What we're not going to do is change up our stomach energy. You've been living on a diet of hot chips, chicken nuggets, and every popsicle and disgusting drink known to man without one stomach ache. You're not about to come to me talking about my stomach hurt like you got the intestinal tract of a geriatric Crohn's patient. This ain't that. What we're not going to do is act like we can't wake up. You've been getting up at 6:77 every morning. And yes, I said 6:77 because of some ungodly hour that doesn't exist. Asking me about some breakfast. This ain't that.
This ain't that.
I laughed out loud.
This ain't
it's like
that.
you've been in my house.
So, 2 million views later, Nicole is with us exclusively this morning, along with her 13-year-old son, Kai, who apparently spent the entire summer eating hot chips and chicken nuggets.
And
did. He sure did.
We're happy you're here this morning.
Thank you. We're glad to be here.
So let's back up. So this video went viral ago, but it's timeless. So it's like it's going viral all over again. What do you think it is?
You know what? It's just living in realistic simplicity. It's literally relatable.
Realistic simplicity. That's a good
When
way
you
to
watch
put
the
it.
video, if you're a parent that's ever sent your grade schooler to school, these are the things that we go through, and it's taking the intrusive thought and saying it out loud in a way that's receivable. That's all it is.
I love that.
We all sit up here and look at our kids like, your stomach hurts today? Oh, I'm sorry, Pooh. And then you go, your stomach ain't hurt all summer. You know, your stomach ain't hurt all summer.
All
and
summer
all of a
it
sudden it hurts. Like, okay, go to the bathroom and then let's go. We're going to school. The 6:77 is if you've had babies or anything, you know when the kid wakes up super early in the morning and you can't open but one eye, like that whole thing. It's just relatable. That's all it is. We're all raising the same children.
Yes, we are. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is my house. Especially the part where you start talking about the permission slips and waiting until the last minute. And you're like, I'm not going to have a heart attack because your lack of self-preparation.
What does this do? Today? Can you sign it?
Listen, I need to make an igloo by the morning. When did you know about this, son? 3 weeks ago, I forgot to give you the paper. So now we're in the middle of Walmart trying to find these supplies.
I love it.
And my blood pressure's up. The igloo gets done, but you know, it's too much.
Kai, let me bring you in here because I also have an 8th grade son, which is why I felt like your mom was spying on what was going on in our house. But here's the thing. My son is also on social media. His friends are on social media, so he sees it. So what about you? When you see these videos and you see they're going viral, what do you think? Your friends think?
I think that they're hilarious.
You do?
And also I feel like there's some lies in it.
Kai wants to say, you know what, Kai, I want to show our viewers at home, this was part of your video response to
what
your
we're not going to do is wake me up all hard and joyfully on the first day of school. I know you happy summer is over and all, but I don't want to be at that place. This ain't that. What we're not going to do is interrupt me during my game. You know I can't pause it, and I need to decompress. This ain't that. What we're not going to do is forgetting that we love each other.
Fact.
You're an awesome mom, and I'm an awesome kid.
And
this ain't that.
This ain't that.
Wow, you guys have a bright future here. This is something.
Listen, we're just doing our regular, and that's what I think that's the relatable part. We're everyday people. I'm not some big fancy named person. I'm a mom at home, and everybody can relate to that.
Yeah.
Again, realistic simplicity. The video, while it's funny, is just basically teaching boundaries for you as a parent, standards and expectations for the child, which is what you should be teaching them anyway.
Yes.
So you just laugh at the little weeds that grow in the garden. Just laugh at them.
They do need to figure out how to pause those videos, so that's very relatable.
What I love about the two of you is the love is palpable.
Yeah.
Like the dynamic that you have with Kai, it shines through. I do want to go back to what you just said though, because you said Mom lied about something in the video. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to some factual inaccuracy.
Okay, so I didn't eat chicken nuggets awesome.
I'm about to say, where's the lie?
Not awesome.
Not awesome.
Yes, not awesome.
So you're enjoying your time, hopefully, in New York City. I know you have to go back and go home and go to school. But I heard you love McDonald's. Is that true? And I heard the one in Times Square apparently tastes yummy.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a treat for you. And Mom, I heard on his first day of school, you enjoyed a little mimosa.
I did.
To cheer.
You won't believe where we picked up a couple of treats, you guys.
Yes.
Fresh from the Times Square Mickey D's.
I love it.
And our own kitchen.
Yes.
Mimosas and bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel.
And you
Help
have to
yourself.
have another mimosa to celebrate Kai's triumphant return to school.
Facts.
And you know what else?
Tastes just as good.
Mom, you are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you
He
very
is an
much.
outstanding young man.
Thank you.
You are doing a rock star job. I'm so happy that we had a chance to have both of you guys.
Here's why I love Kai.
Why?
He didn't even wait for the commercial break.
He's into it.
Kai's like, y'all can keep talking.
Okay, I'm gonna eat my breakfast sandwich.
Cheers.
See you guys. Cheers.
And by the way, thank you
Into an
not
awesome
just
school year.
for your service as a mom. You're a rehab nurse as well.
I am, yes,
So
I am.
thanks for doing God's work. Kai, keep going.
Thank you.
How fast can you eat the whole thing? Is the
I
real
just want to
question.
say hi to my family.
Hi, family.
My family at Larchwood. I want to say hi to the Dobb and the Virtual Cafe and everybody that's been so supportive. This has been an awesome and amazing experience, and just simply just speaking my truth and being relatable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kai.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
You really gonna eat that like that?
Yes, he is. By the way, for more of Nicole's story, be sure to check out today.com. It's a fascinating piece.
I love it. Back at 8:36 with Today Climate. Long before pizza and hot dogs were the go-to food here in New York, oysters were the hot commodity.
Yeah, but pollution and over-harvesting eventually pretty much wiped them out from the area. But now, in the great South Bay off Long Island, they're making a bit of a comeback.
Harry Smith is here with that story. Good morning.
Now, we've done a lot of oyster stories. We did the Billion Oyster Project together, all that stuff. And how much water does a single oyster filter in one day?
How much?
50 gallons.
Really?
Wow. 50 gallons. And you know what they love more than anything else? Algae. They love that algae, right? So can you imagine how clean the water gets after a lot of them get going?
Yeah.
They're not just good for the environment. They're good for commerce, too.
And shtick.
Oh, good, Carrie.
At an old beach club aside Long Island's Great South Bay, there is something going on that looks like a cheesy science fiction show from the 1970s.
And the lights do what?
They just help them grow. Algae grows better with red and blue lights, so that's why we have red and blue LEDs specifically.
Yeah. LEDs to grow algae, explains Matt Layton, because that's what oysters eat. And here at the Islip Town Hatchery, where Matt is manager, they grow a lot of oysters.
And how many oyster larvae are in these things?
Millions.
Millions.
We could have 1 million plus per conical, depending on how well the spawn goes.
Really? A million plus? 1, 2, 3, 4. And how many are there?
There's 32.
So potentially 32 million oyster larvae in just this room alone.
And when this room's full, yes.
That is crazy.
We're doing everything we can. Help bring back the oysters.
Here they grow tiny oyster eggs into mini mollusks, which they in turn sell to oyster farmers.
You buy them by the thousand.
Buy them by the thousand.
Buy them by the thousand.
Right.
So typically an order for us would be 100,000, 200,000 a year per farmer.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, they're not messing around.
These little bivalves will grow up to be famous Blue Point oysters, so good Queen Victoria would eat no other.
They can only be called Blue Points if they were grown in the Great South Bay, just like champagne can only be champagne if it's from Champagne, France. They can only be Blue Point oysters if they're from our waters.
That's it. There should be a little trademark on these guys.
A little stamp for each one.
Out on the bay, you see the oyster farms, plots purposely laid out and leased by the town of Islip. The purpose, to restore a once thriving industry and to restore the environment.
So is this your farm? Is this your oyster farm?
This is our farm, yeah.
How big?
It's a total of 6 acres.
6 acres.
Sixto Portilla is a college professor turned oyster farmer. He's witnessed the environmental change firsthand. Oysters popping up well beyond his field.
Because there are natural sets now on pilings, on rocks, jetties, all over. And these oysters were not here beforehand. They were here 100 years ago, but they haven't been here in recent history.
That's pretty amazing.
Absolutely. We're really having an impact. You know, I credit the town of Islip for having the initiative.
In nearby Bayshore, we thought it appropriate to taste the local fare at Salt and Barrel Restaurant with proprietor Ryan Flynn.
What do you think it means to your customers to know that these oysters came from 10 minutes that way?
I think we live in a culture that people want to know where their food is sourced from. So knowing that it comes in the back door less than 2 miles away to create a real tide-to-table experience, I think it's really special.
Tied to table.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that phrase before.
Islip Town Supervisor Angie Carpenter told us their 125 acres of bay bottom is about leased out. So
we got permission from the New York State DEC to do another 1,500 acres.
Another 1,500?
1,500 acres out there in the bay. And we have a waiting list of people clamoring to be there. So the possibilities are just so exciting.
Queen Victoria would be impressed.
Right, and this kind of thing is happening all up and down the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. Yep. You've done this story out on the West Coast. This thing is really, really happening. And here's your quick quiz.
Yep. Okay.
Oyster, bivalve, or mollusk?
Mollusk.
I already know. So
I think mollusk.
Mollusk?
Both.
Trick question.
Trick question.
There it is.
Mary, that was really good.
Wasn't that fun?
Tied to table.
Tied to table.
You know the bad part? You didn't bring any.
I know.
I know. Darn it.
The highlight of that story was still the slurp at the beginning.
At the beginning. We enjoyed that here.
We do what we can.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, if you dread laundry day like most people, stay with us, folks. We are about to answer all of your questions to make that never-ending chore so much easier, dare I say in some cases, perhaps even fun. But first, this is Today on NBC.
I'm the laundry king.
Do you have those dryer balls? All right, welcome back this morning on Today's Consumer. It's laundry day. There's just no way around that dreaded household chore, but luckily we're about to make it a little easier for you. We've brought in Lauren Lenati. She's the editor-in-chief of Real Simple. She's here to help us take a load off, as Mr. Rocha would say, with a step-by-step guide on the right way to sort, wash, and dry. You're about to blow minds, aren't you, Lauren?
Blow minds, man.
Let's just start with the sorting, because I mean, I think a lot of folks wonder, myself included, is sorting actually even necessary?
It's a very controversial question.
Yeah.
Everyone has a strong opinion, and I'm here to tell you, yes, it's necessary. If you care about your clothes, if you want to keep them in the best shape possible, you're going to have to sort darks, lights, and whites. And do the whites all alone, and that'll keep your whites white longer.
Darks, whites, and lights.
That's right. And then I can give you a few more specific tips. I recommend that you do denim by itself, because those colors do run, and because it's very, very heavy fabric. It pummels everything. It's got zippers. It's tough. So you want to keep those together. Do your activewear together.
Yeah.
It's very lightweight. So if you put it with heavier things, you're going to be drying, over-drying. It's bad for the fabric, bad for the environment. Don't need it. Bedding and sheets together.
Okay.
Always shake them and do them loosely in there so they don't get tangled up. Okay, here's one you didn't know.
Oh, here's
Stripes.
a pro tip.
Okay, here's a question for you. Stripes. If it's dark and light, which one do you put it in?
I would go dark.
Light.
Okay, I was
Here's
wrong.
why, because you want to keep the. I know. Sorry.
That's right.
You want to keep those lights very white, right? And so you want to put it with the lights. Grays can kind of go with anything because it's a very forgiving.
Let's talk about stocking our shelves, because you maintain that these 5 items are essential must-haves.
So the 5 are on these 2 tables, and yes, absolutely. This is your laundry detergent.
Okay.
Obviously, you're going to use laundry detergent. You can use whatever you like. What's your preference? But a couple recommendations. I love these sheets. You put them right in the drum. That's laundry detergent right there.
Okay.
It's eco-friendly. It's not heavy to ship. All the things.
You know,
very
we
good.
featured these earlier this week. Do they actually work as well?
We've tested them. They absolutely work. They're brilliant. But if you love a liquid, that's fine too, or a powder. The liquid just only 2 tablespoons.
Only 2 tablespoons.
More than that, you leave residue in your machine and on your clothes.
And what do we have here?
Your oxygenated cleanser. I hope you have this.
We do.
It's amazing.
We use this.
Great for athletic wear. It takes all the scent out. It makes your fabrics brighter. It makes them cleaner. You're going to need your spray, your stain remover, either a spray or roll-on, whatever you like. Have it handy. We want all these things handy, so you're going to use them pre-treat, ready to go.
All right, yeah, we keep a lot of that around. So Al was just in the studio raving about these dryer balls.
Everybody loves the dryer
Why
balls.
do we love the dryer balls so much?
You throw a few in there. I actually keep them in my dryer, and I throw the clothes in with them, so they're always there. They aerate all the fabrics. They keep things from getting tangled. They keep them from. They let them dry faster. They're amazing, and it's a very eco-friendly thing to do. The reason that you want to use these instead of I know you're going to ask, you're like, I have fabric softener. I have dryer sheets. So dryer sheets are not our favorite because they leave residue on your clothes. They can make your towels less fluffy. They take the fluff out of the towels, and they make clothes stiff. So
what do we
we're not
use
into
these
that.
for?
Mesh, those, I love having these around in all different sizes. 2 reasons. They're for your delicates. They tell you, they keep your delicates safe from other fabrics in the machine. So they also tell you, that's something when I take out, I'm not going to throw in the dryer, I'm going to hang.
All right, so last question here. We got about 30 seconds left. Sometimes you throw stuff in the washer, the dryer, and you just pick a random cycle. You say that's a terrible idea.
Choose your cycle well, and there are cycles that we underuse. Use your delicates. You've got to use the delicates for delicate things, otherwise it's going to get pummeled. Use your rinse and spin. That's going to, if anything's over wet, just rinse and spin it again. It doesn't, just spin. It doesn't rinse it, doesn't use water, and that's what you want to do. You want to get that fabric not soaking wet when you put it into the dryer. And these are for washing your washer. Did you know you needed to wash your washer?
I honestly, not until you just said that, no.
Once a month you got to wash your washer, throw those things in, keep it clean, keep that door open so the gasket doesn't get gunky.
And really quickly, what are these things?
These are essential oils. So here are your dryer balls again.
Yep.
Instead of your fabrics, I know you like having nice smelling laundry.
I do.
Instead of that fabric softener, put some essential oil in your dryer balls, throw them in there, and it'll make your, it's an eco-friendly way to make your clothes smell great.
You got to put some oil on the dryer balls.
That's right.
Thank you, Lauren. Great tips. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Roker.
Hey, always like those dryer balls. Up next, we're getting ready for Labor Day weekend with Chef Alex Stupak, who's going to be cooking up not just some sizzling steaks that your family and friends will love, but one of the most amazing hot dogs you will ever see. But first, this is Today on NBC. Now that's a hot dog. We are back with Today Food. Labor Day weekend almost here. Millions of us doing some grilling. This morning we've got a fun and easy meal for us. Chef Alex Stupak is here to share one of his favorite recipes and a special treat from his restaurant Misha right here in the heart of Manhattan. Chef Alex, good to see you, sir.
Thank you for having
Thanks
me.
for being here. Okay, so we're going to do up a nice little grilled skirt steak.
Grilling means steak, right? So this is a Romanian steak. It's skirt steak with a special marinade.
Okay.
So here we go. Roasted red bell pepper.
Right.
Paprika. Salt.
Yep.
What's that? Coriander.
Oh, okay.
Worcestershire. Maple syrup.
Hard to
secret
say.
ingredient.
Maple syrup.
Yep. A little sweet on the meat, right?
Sweet on the meat. That's a T-shirt.
There you go.
Okay. You blend that up. You process it.
Put it in there. Press play. This is some of the marinade already done.
Right.
You're gonna get that all over our skirt steak.
Now, how long are you going to keep that in the marinade?
I like it at least an hour, but if you could do it overnight, even better.
Okay.
All the better to plan ahead.
So you get that all nice and good.
Get it good and smothered.
Should you make extra to have?
This stuff keeps in the fridge for a month.
Oh, great.
And it's good on everything.
Okay.
Fish, vegetables, you name it.
So now you got your skirt steak.
You got your skirt steak. You got a grill hot outside. If you don't have a grill, you can use a hot pan like we got here.
And you've got some oil in there.
Yep. Cast iron skillet. In it goes. Searing away.
And how long are you going to do it on each side?
I'm going to do it about 5 minutes on this side. Leave it alone. Flip it 2 minutes. Done.
Okay.
And that's what you have right over here. You can see this is beautifully rested.
Oh, yeah.
So when you're cutting a skirt steak, you want to go against the grain.
Okay.
Nice and tender. Look how beautiful that is.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is delicious.
Guys?
Wow.
Okay.
And it's an inexpensive cut. You know, you get a lot of beefy bang for your buck.
Beefy bang for the buck. You're just turning out the
Full of
sayings.
quips.
I
Full
love
of quips today.
So let's do some coleslaw.
Let's do it. So, classic diner side, classic barbecue side. I think people take it for granted. They make a mistake with it. And I want to.
What's that?
I don't care how you flavor it. Use kale if you must, whatever.
Yeah.
But check this out: cabbage, carrot, celery, onion.
Right.
The key is when you add your salt and your sugar, do that well in advance.
Why?
Oh.
Because it's going to get the cabbage water out of it.
Oh.
The coleslaw is delicious.
Thank you. You ever have watery coleslaw though?
Yeah.
That's why.
So you put it in a colander, let it drain out?
So you mix this up, right? Let it sit for at least an hour. Again, same thing overnight.
Right.
Look. Look at all that liquid that's coming out.
And that's just been only for about 30, 40 minutes.
Exactly. So then, when you go to mix the mayo in, it clings. It sticks to it.
Yep.
You know, again, we take this for granted, but it's really an awesome
really
cabbage
simple.
salad. Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's it.
And finally, you brought what is the coleslaw?
Oh my goodness, it's
so good.
Jacob just said, "Whoa!"
One of the things
watery.
people talk about at your restaurant is this hot dog.
The hot dog took New York City by storm. We were not expecting this.
It's a $29 hot dog, but tell us why it's a $29 hot dog.
What? Well, look, people spend $38 for burgers in New York City. We didn't want to make another burger.
No.
So pick up that thing. Feel the gravity.
Wow.
That is a
Literally.
half-pound, 9-inch glizzy.
Oh!
House-made potato bun.
It's delicious.
Oh,
Side of dry aged chili.
Crunchy almost. Delicious.
5 different condiments on the side. Yellow mustard. Relish.
We've
Bacon
consumed them
habanero
all.
chili crisp. Kimchi. Pimento cheese.
Bam!
Special ingredients in the hot dog?
Chef, this is amazing.
It's dry aged
The
beef and
topping,
pork.
too.
Dry aged beef.
Chef, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that was really great. For these recipes, today.com/food. Now, let's celebrate some birthdays. Got some very special people on our Smucker's jars this morning, starting with a happy 100th birthday to Samuel Connington. He's a line dancer from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Way to go. Likes to stay active not only by dancing, but also goes for daily walks. He hopefully will join our Start Today walking club. Marjorie Reichhold of Milford, Delaware, 100. Knitted over 500 Christmas stockings in her lifetime, mailing them to family and friends all across the country. Happy 100th birthday to Charles Cooper Sr. of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Served during World War II, and we salute you for your service, sir. Sybil Lytle is from Concord, North Carolina, a tech-savvy lady celebrating 100 years. She loves using the iPad to text her grandkids and great-grandkids. Say hi to Vera Punky of Arlington, Virginia, celebrating her 108th birthday. She loves dressing up, has more than 40 pairs of shoes, and happy 100th birthday to Edith Waterman of Sanibel Island, Florida, just retired this summer from her role as Executive Vice President of WBBH, our NBC affiliate in Fort Myers, Florida. That's amazing.
She just retired at 100?
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
108, you said?
Yeah, she's my idol.
Oh my God.
Chef, this hot dog.
Thank you so much.
It's worth $29.
So good.
All right, we're back with the third and fourth hours of today, including the winners of our first ever Wellness Awards when it comes to gym essentials. Not ironic at all, as I'm scarfing down
Yeah, oh my God.
a $30 hot dog.
Chanel will handle this.
But first, your local news. How about that?
There we go.
This is phenomenal.
Wow.
Make it at home.
This morning on the third hour of Today, on the move. Idalia hammering the Carolinas overnight with punishing winds and rain. After leaving a path of destruction across the state of Florida, flooding entire neighborhoods, and we're tracking all of it. Plus, a Titanic debate. A new battle over the doomed ship. Who wants to visit the wreckage now and what they're looking for. Then later, what's your tech personality? From gurus to newbies, how to learn where you fall and ways to get smarter about how we use our devices. And we're hitting the gym for the Start Today, Shop Today Wellness Awards. From exercise essentials to your workout wardrobe, we'll share our team's award winners. Today, Thursday, August 31st, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. Thanks for joining us on a Thursday morning, just cruising through the week. The whole gang's here. Alex, Chanel, Craig, myself. And this morning, we are still tracking the remnants of Hurricane Idalia. The storm moved up the East Coast, or the Atlantic coast, overnight. So here's a live look at the rough waves. This is a spot called Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina. That's currently, this morning, right now. And this is what the storm did in South Carolina, where Idalia flooded streets in Charleston. Tide levels there reached 9 feet. You can see it just washing over the walls there. And further inland in the city of Goose Creek, the winds were so intense they actually flipped a car. Oh, look at that.
Goodness,
Oh, my
during the height of the
gosh.
storm.
Yeah, so the driver was okay, thankfully.
That's scary.
But that's frightening. Meantime, millions of folks in Florida still cleaning up and assessing damage from Idalia. Storm surge flooding entire neighborhoods. One area particularly hard hit, Cedar Key. At one point, the storm surge there over 10 feet high. And now we take a look at where it is right now. It's off the South Carolina coast. We're looking at the radar right now. You can see the showers. And we don't have it. There. Anyway, it's moving away. There it is.
There it is.
Right now, 65 miles southeast of Wilmington, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving northeast at 20
fast.
miles per hour. Yeah, it's really picking up its forward speed, and it will have cleared the coast by this time tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon even. Good news is that's out of here. But you look at some of those wind gusts, even still. Yeah. Wilmington, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Beaufort, 52-mile-per-hour. So they're going to have still some flooding for the next 12, 14 hours and then out.
And when does hurricane season end?
It's November 30th.
Oh, wow. Okay. So there's still a chance.
Oh, yeah. The Atlantic right now, although they're probably not going to make landfall, there's a lot going on out in the Atlantic.
My goodness.
That, of course, is one big story that we continue to follow. Another big story this morning, the Titanic, back in the news once again, because this time it's the subject of a new legal battle. It's very fascinating. Follow us here. A salvage company is planning to visit the ship and actually take artifacts from the wreckage, but the U.S. government is saying essentially not so fast. NBC's Tom Costello is following that one for us. Hey, Tom, good morning to you once again.
Yeah, good morning, guys. And this is not related to the tragedy in June that took the lives of 5 tourists. A Georgia company has the salvage rights to Titanic, but U.S. law and international agreements now limit activity around the site. So the government has now gone to court to stop that company from returning to the site to retrieve a key relic from the site, the wireless that transmitted Titanic's call for help. For 111 years, Titanic has rested some 12,500 feet down on the ocean floor. Its maiden voyage from England to New York captured on film. The terror of hitting an iceberg in the dead of night portrayed in blockbuster movies.
In an hour or so, all this will be at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Among the artifacts already recovered, shoes, silverware, fine china. But now the U.S. government is moving to block the company with the salvage rights, RMS Titanic, from recovering even more, including the ship's wireless telegraph that transmitted the SOS to passing ships. In a court filing, RMS Titanic says it hopes to return next year and may recover freestanding objects inside the wreck, including objects from inside the Marconi room, the radio room. Under U.S. law and international agreements, the wreckage is now a memorial and cannot be disturbed. The government insists the company is not free to disregard this validly enacted federal law, yet that is its stated intent.
The company's reason to be is they do all of the exhibits that have the actual artifacts from the Titanic.
David Gallo is a strategic advisor to RMS Titanic. We talked to him in June before the government's challenge.
The rules are there can be no more recovery of artifacts.
In 1996, Titanic survivor Edith Hazeman told us of the night she lost her father.
I never forget it. See all the dead bodies floating in the sea. It was terrible.
Since 1985, roughly 250 people have visited Titanic. Then, in June, tragedy. 5 people died when their submersible imploded.
It is a grave site. 1,500 people died there.
Researcher Katie Croft Bell has dived to the site herself. Even as time and the ocean's depths take their toll on the wreckage, she now thinks it should be treated with the reverence of a cemetery.
Are we actually learning anything new about it? And is that the reason to recover artifacts? Or should we just leave it alone? We have a lot of things already. Let's just call it a day and leave it with respect.
Yeah, we reached out to the company RMS Titanic for comment. No response. No response from the government agency NOAA that is moving to block this latest move to recover the artifacts, guys.
I mean, Tom, it really is a complicated conundrum. I mean, how do you navigate it? Should the Titanic be treated as a grave site, as she just mentioned there, with no trespassing? Or is there still some historical significance to recovering those artifacts and even preserving them?
You know, we still recover artifacts from ancient shipwrecks from Greece and from Egypt, right? And if you want to preserve the artifacts for future generations, of course, the clock is ticking and the ocean will eventually claim all of it. So should they go and recover these artifacts for future generations and preserve them? Or is this hallowed ground, a cemetery, a graveyard with 1,500 lives lost there, and that we should leave it preserved? You know, I've been to Gettysburg in Normandy. What's the difference between that and Titanic?
Yeah. All right. And so
the
debate rages on. Thank you, Tom. Keep us posted, Tom.
That's an interesting debate.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what I think either.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Tough one.
All right, well, now to Mr. Roker, Mr. Renaissance Man over here showing his range. The 7th season of the hit Showtime show Billions is underway.
It's a great show. Yep.
I still haven't seen it, but now I'm going to. This week's episode features a very special guest star, Al, playing the role of, well, Al. Shall we look at a clip? All right, let's do it.
It's Roker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was great.
Mr. Roker.
Yeah.
I had forgotten you shared this hour with Chels. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Wagster. You want to work in?
No, I never sweat before bedtime. Look, Al, I need you to enlighten me on all things hurricane.
Okay, hit me.
How exactly do they get rated?
Wags, this is a multi-agency process. You've got the National Weather Service. You've got the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. You've even got the Air Force. They fly these special planes called hurricane hunters right into the storm. They take real-time data, relay it back to the National Hurricane Center. It's there, they crunch the numbers, and come up with a hurricanes category.
So it's a person who makes the actual call.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Wait, this is so good.
It's all fiction, obviously, and we kind of brought that in. But it was kind of fun. It's ironic that we're talking about a hurricane and we just had one. But
I will say though, I think you're getting typecast.
Well, it's okay. They say do what you know.
To just do what Can we talk about that beautiful gym, whatever that gym is? That's where I want to go.
That's downtown. It is gorgeous.
But, so you said that multiple takes because they had to shoot you from different angles.
Right. It was took about 45 minutes for that. 45
that was worth
seconds.
it.
You had a lot of lines there.
That was awesome, Al.
At least
congratulations. How did you hold? Was it supposed to be secret? Because you never mentioned this.
Because he does this like he does.
It's like no big deal.
When did you do it?
What does it seem like? Oh, look at me. I just did it.
Well, no, time out. We literally talk about our lives all day, every day during commercials.
He actually did mention it.
When?
There was it came up.
Were you like, hey, I'm going to be on Billions?
No, I think I'm like, what are you doing this afternoon? He said, I got to go do this thing. But you're a fan of the show, too.
Oh, I love the show.
Yeah.
I love it.
People love the show. Yeah. Well, you can catch the latest episode of Billions starring our star, Al Roker, tomorrow night on Showtime.
So do you know how they're going to wrap it up?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just did my part.
They're like, all right, bye-bye.
Then he dropped the mic.
All right, coming up on today's checklist, the doctor is in. We're breaking down the appointments we need to make as we get older and which ones we should schedule right now. And then we're getting down and dirty in our series, The Upside, with some modern-day treasure hunters who aren't afraid of a little mud.
Ew.
We'll be right back.
On the show.
So summer's winding down. We're getting back into those fall routines. And if there have been doctor's visits you're putting off, now's the time to schedule them. In today's checklist, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to tell us everything we need to know to stay on top of our health. Doc, good to see you.
You too.
All right, so before the end of the year, if we haven't done it already, what are the appointments we need to get on the calendar?
Number one on the list, you guys, every year is your annual visit with your doctor, right? And why do we do this? Well, they examine you. They will check your blood work to see your cholesterol and your sugar, screening for depression, things like that. And for no other reason to see a doctor every year is that you establish a relationship. So if you have an emergency sometime during the year, you're not wondering who to call.
That's a great point.
Vaccines. We talk a lot about vaccines for children, and they have a very set schedule. And I think we grow up and we think we don't need vaccines anymore.
Right.
Not Al, but a lot of people think we don't need vaccines anymore, but we do. Shingles shots and pneumonia shots, maybe RSV. So the fall is a good time to think about that because we usually get the flu shot then. Dental exams twice a year and eye exams, especially by the time you get to the age of 40. Chanel, I'm gonna
go.
Yes. I mean, obviously, if you have,
Even just for your health.
No,
for
I'm
your
gonna,
eye
I'm
health.
going.
right? Like if you have any risk factors like diabetes or hypertension or certainly any symptoms or family histories of this kind of stuff, ask your doctor about when you should start going and how frequently you should go.
All right, let's talk about cancer screenings.
Yes.
Always important. Break
Yes.
down who should be getting what.
What and when?
Yes.
Okay, so probably the biggest challenge is to how to communicate to people about when to start getting cancer screenings and how frequently to do it and when to stop. And I am not going to be able to cover that, obviously, all in one thing. But this is from the American Cancer Society, and I think it's a good snapshot. Ages 25 to 39, if you have a cervix, you're doing cervical cancer screening. That can be a combination of HPV, Pap smears, et cetera. Speak to your gynecologist about how frequently to do. Ages 40 to 49, we've got cervical, breast, colorectal, and prostate. And I really want to just highlight colorectal. Yes, we are still recommending age 45. A couple weeks ago, the American College of Physicians said 50. We're sticking to 45. And prostate cancer at age 45, if you're African American or you have a first-degree family relative, you're starting at 45. 50 plus, cervical, breast, colorectal, prostate, and lung cancer. If you're 50 to 80 and you quit smoking within the last 15 years or a current smoker, talk to your doctor about lung cancer screening.
It's good. It's important. It's important. All right, let's talk about making appointments. Sometimes you call and you think you're going to get in the next couple of weeks, and they're like, "We have one 5 months from now."
Yes. Yeah.
Is there any way to streamline that process?
Well, so first of all, some tips to make appointments. Number one, you want to arrive early. There's always a chance, a small chance, that your doctor's also running early, right? So if you're early and your doctor's early, we will love you forever. Get that out of the way.
Plus, you got to fill out forms and everything when you get there.
Absolutely, right. Like the running late thing doesn't work. You got 20 minutes for a follow-up visit. It doesn't work. Expect a wait when you call, right?
Yeah.
So if you know you need to see someone, this is what I would tell you. You need to get into a specialist, start making some phone calls, right? You've got a friend, you've got this, you know me, we right? We try to help out our patients a lot, and we will try to get them in sooner. Write down your top concerns. Do not wait until the very end of the encounter to say, by the way, I lost 20 pounds and I don't know why, or I'm having chest pain. You need to talk about that
Save
early.
my questions till the end. That's good to know.
Yeah, always write down your top 2 to 3 things and make sure you get them. Don't save them to the end. And bring your old records. You want to maximize the time you're with the doctor. Don't say, oh, I had labs done 2 weeks ago.
Like take the actual...
If you that or show them a picture or upload them before you get there. It really will make your visit more efficient.
Let's say you have some concerns and you're like, oh, I'll just wait till my next doctor's appointment.
Yes.
When do you know you can do that, or if you need to be seen right away?
So one of the biggest questions I think that people have, and sometimes I do myself, is this something that I can go to urgent care for, or is this an emergency room situation? You want to think about emergency room for things that are life or limb threatening. So you think chest pain, head injuries, a compound fracture, i.e. bone sticking out, shortness of breath, or uncontrolled bleeding. For urgent care, think of it as kind of like the middle point between your primary care doctor and the emergency room. Urgent care is great for things like earaches and sprains, etc. Usually, if your doctor can't get you in that day, right? But urgent care can.
For kids too?
For kids too, right? But they have limited, resources. The ER, if you need a specialist in cardio or neurology and more advanced imaging, you're going to the emergency room.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
Very
great.
helpful.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you, Doc. Always good to have you here. Well, just ahead, we're going to be talking tech, how to figure out your technology personality and the small changes we all should be making. But first, we're going to go treasure hunting in our series, The Upside, when we show you how folks are literally digging into the dirt to find pieces of history. Third hour of today, I'll be right back.
This morning in our series, The Upside, we're heading over the pond. We're going to London for a look at a hobby that's become quite the hit on social media. It's called mudlarking, and as the name suggests, it can get quite dirty. So who better to check it out than NBC's Matt Bradley? He gave it a try. Mudlarking, huh? Ooh.
Yeah, guys, so here in London, the past is always present. But if you want to hear stories of kings and queens and politicians, you can go to castles, you can go to Parliament. But for the ordinary stories of regular Londoners, that's lurking in the depths of the River Thames.
A few weeks ago as well. Yeah.
All right, guys. All right, you all ready? You all kitted out? Yeah. You ready? Let's go mudlarking. To see traces of London's paupers, peddlers, and pickpockets, you've got to get down and dirty.
This is the base of a large redware vessel.
When the Thames River runs low, it surrenders stories of the many Londoners who ran low with it. It's their tiny traces that these amateur archaeologists are scraping for. They're called mudlarkers, and their numbers are surging thanks to social media.
Oh, yes. Nice Roman coin.
I found a mermaid on the Thames.
I was hoping to get in on the trend and maybe turn mud into pay dirt.
Well, when I'm mudlarking, I'm walking along really slowly, just looking from side to side. Now, there's a saying in the mudlarking world called getting your eye in.
And once I got my eye in, I discovered a piece of pottery. Is it old?
Well spotted.
So this is my first find?
It is, so you've got your eye in.
I got my eye in.
You have.
I succeeded. Do I need to sell this to somebody to make a lot of money?
Absolutely not. No, we don't sell our finds.
You don't sell?
No.
Mudlarking, once the pursuit of the poor centuries ago, is now so popular it's attracted stricter government control. Only 4 years ago, London authorities granted 200 mudlarking permits. Just this year, the city capped the number of permits at 5,000.
But this is actually quite exciting. It's a Tudor tile.
Our team have found everything from leather shoes, ancient pottery, messages in bottles, and valuable Elizabethan coins.
This would have been worth quite a lot back in the day. It would probably have taken quite a few people to the Globe Theatre, actually.
One of the best places to mudlark is right in front of Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. Back in Shakespeare's day, this theatre would have been packed with people, and their trash is now mudlarkers' treasure.
This is a pipe stem.
Like the Shakespearean equivalent of a cigarette butt. But this looks very polished, it looks brand new.
I know. The mud in the Thames keeps things very pristine sometimes.
Okay. You're not necessarily looking for artifacts, you're looking for trash. This stuff was stuff that people threw away.
This stuff is trash, yeah.
We'll see what it is.
But sometimes trash is still just, well, trash.
Button or something. Oh my gosh, what is? Oh, is it mud?
That looks like something for a computer.
So this is a really good example of what mudlarking can sometimes be like. It's like a lucky dip.
Are you seeing more women, more young people?
You do see a lot more women, actually, definitely.
It used to be something that was still considered relatively strange, maybe a bit nerdy.
It might appear to explore a decidedly British past, but American history was never far behind.
Oh, wow. Buffalo Bill. Look at those curls and his goatee.
This clay pipe was lost when Buffalo Bill brought his circus to London in 1887. Veteran mudlarker Jason Sandy has been scouring the Thames for treasure for years and made some incredible finds.
Coin from Emperor Hadrian. This is one of my favorite coins of all times. If you see the date on there.
1666. The Great Fire of 1660, Great Fire of London.
Exactly. Medieval knight knuckle duster from the 14th century.
And today, Jason is searching the shore further down the river at Rotherhithe, a spot that has a special connection for him and perhaps all Americans.
Christopher Jones, who was a captain that lived in this local area, he owned the Mayflower ship, the famous ship that sailed to America with 103 pilgrims on it. And that happened in 1640 from this exact location.
This pub on the river celebrates that event, a perfect place to sup a warm English pint. Thanks for showing me around.
Yeah, no problem.
At the end of a messy mudlarking day. So guys, September is a huge month for mudlarkers. There's exhibitions throughout the city showing off the lifestyle and some of the finds, and I actually have one right here. This is a bit of a clay pipe, and again, you saw this in the story. It's really just like a cigarette butt. People would smoke them and then toss them away, and you can find them everywhere along the shore here, but you have to have a permit because they're trying to protect the environment and a lot of these little architectural finds. But if you do have a permit, then it's just a matter of finding history, of just bending down and picking up all these little bits from lives that have long passed.
Wow.
Guys,
fascinating.
There's a mudlarking lifestyle.
I would have thought that was just a piece of trash. I wouldn't have like.
That was really interesting.
Matt Bradley, Mudlarker.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks,
Well
Matt.
done. Thank you. All right. Coming up, are you distracted, intimidated? We're going to tell you how to figure out your tech personality and improve how we use our devices. Then later, you'll want to jump at the chance to add these to your gym routine. The winners of our Start Today, Shop Today Wellness Awards. We'll be right back.
Wait, is there a rope? I'm confused. All this week, we are helping you figure out your various personalities. So we already covered home decor personalities. And this morning, we're talking tech. So from know-it-alls to novices, figuring out which personality you are can actually help improve how you use tech. So of course, here to explain, we have Jennifer Jolly. She's a nationally syndicated Tech Life columnist for USA Today. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So I've seen the list, and at home you can kind of play along, if you will, which personality belongs to you. Okay, so the first one we have, I think this is Al Roker,
This is
the
Al
gadget
Roker.
guru.
He is an early adopter.
Guru. This is the early adopter, the person who's attracted to the new, the now, the next. Al, you will not only be watching the iPhone 15 announcement next week, but you'll
Very
be
excited.
among the very first.
In fact,
to
it's already
order
in his
that
pocket,
phone.
Jennifer.
Yeah, right? He'll get it before everybody else.
Yeah.
A pitfall of this type, though, it can be wasteful. You
Yeah.
don't always need the next new phone year after
It's true.
year. So one thing to change, one thing to do a little bit differently if this is you, is make sure that you recycle, maybe refurbish those old gadgets, and then hand them down to the next person on your list.
That's good. Have you ever met somebody and they have an old phone? I mean, it's so old. It's
I
like,
know.
come on.
It's running on diesel.
Let that go. So that's the next one. We have. You say someone who is tech phobic.
Okay, so the tech phobic, that is the person who will not be a prisoner of their device, any device, no matter what. That's that person who holds on to their older tech because, hey, it's not broken. Why fix it?
Even if it is broken, they're holding on.
They still hold on to it.
Yeah, unless that screen is like cutting your face.
Like a cracked flip phone. Yes.
So they tend to also feel like they're bad at tech, like they might break their computer, that's the thing to change. You're not going to break your computer. Go ahead, sign up for a class online. There are so many. AARP has free classes. Empower yourself by learning some of the basics. We've done those amazing things your smartphone can do. There's a lot your tech can do for you. Don't be a prisoner to it.
All right, the next one is the digitally distracted. They're in their own little world.
Okay, well, who among you is this, you guys?
Craig.
This is that person who wakes up, iPhone, goes to sleep, iPhone, middle of the night, phone. Now, this is...
I don't think...
they're not that.
This
is just during commercial.
Live on and through your device. You are always glued to screens. The worst, this person, 5 minutes of free time, right there.
That's my kid.
Oh, yeah, that is you.
And the pitfall is that you could use a little bit more balance.
Yeah,
it might be affecting your sleep. Your kids might notice. They might say, Dad, put your phone down. And so one of the things, if you're really just mindlessly scrolling on social media, just stick to one social media. Just Instagram, not Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat and LinkedIn, just one. And then set some boundaries and you know, schedule time away from your devices, weekends, dinners.
You don't have to fill every void
time.
with your phone.
No, you don't. And I think a lot of us feel really anxious and we just have to always be on our phones.
Sometimes when I'm getting ready to throw back to the desk, Craig's on his phone. I'm slowing down so he can that he knows.
You can upload that next social media video.
Cyber Saver. I like this.
For this person, the bottom line is the bottom dollar. Now, budgets carefully, does their homework, looks at those refurbished gadgets, goes for a little bit older tech, maybe a year or two older, which is great. But a lot of times, the Cyber Saver, they really get in trouble when you go for price over the best device. Lowest price over best device, that's where you can
what you need it for.
Yeah, and exactly what you need it for, because the cheapest gadgets aren't necessarily the best gadgets.
You get what you pay for.
You absolutely get what you pay for. Ding, ding, ding. Yep. Be wary when prioritizing best price.
Jen Jolly, let's talk about the person who's wired well. What's that personality?
I feel like Dylan.
That's Dylan, maybe?
Yeah,
It's not me. Thank you.
This is the person who thrives online and offline, creates really healthy, sustainable boundaries around their technology, turns off all those excess notifications.
I do that.
Oh, please do that for the sake of our own sanity around those, around you. And then limits the screen time, really likes the time that you're on your devices, but also cherishes and covets the time that you're with people in real life as well.
Nothing to change there.
So I'm perfect?
Not a thing, because we all strive to be you. Zen and the art of technology.
One thing I have found that's helpful, Jen Jolly, on Instagram does it, Twitter does it as well, if I'm not mistaken. They'll notify you. You can set a limit. You're like, I've been on for 30 minutes today, and it notifies you, and then you're like, oh crap, and then you get
then you go, oh, it's true.
Yeah, it's true.
Then you do that, you say that, and then you just keep using it.
No, sometimes.
That's the problem, is
don't
those are
swipe
easy
that
to
one away.
bypass.
Unfortunately, bourbon doesn't give you that notification.
No, it does
Jen
not.
Jolly, as always. Thank you. Good information.
Thank you. Coming up, the winners of our Wellness Awards, some inexpensive essentials to add to your exercise routine, or you can use them at the gym, maybe even at home. They've got some really cool Hoka slippers we're going to show you in just a moment. And then later, a different kind of can-do attitude.
Yay!
We're going to sample some trendy canned cocktails in this morning's edition of Try This Today.
Amen.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
This morning, we're revealing more winners from our first ever Start Today, Shop Today Wellness Awards.
So here's the deal. Our staffers tested more than 300 products, from gadgets to clothes, based on editor favorites, expert recommendations, and new launches.
So all of these have been rated on quality results and overall value. And today's picks are gym essentials.
And of course, Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here. So scan that QR code to see all of these winners. Adriana, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm
I love your your sporty look.
Yeah,
You're
we're feeling
sporty.
sporty for our Wellness Awards, and I have to give a big shout out to the Start Today community that inspired this award series. They actually, we polled them, we asked them, what brands, what products do you guys want us to try?
Okay.
So we got over 75 staffers at Today to try all these products over the summer.
Tried and tested.
Yep. So let's get
Jump
into
ropes.
it. Yes, jump ropes. So this is an easy way to get your cardio going, to get your heart rate up in the morning, and it kind of reminds me of back in the day when we were kids, we used to jump rope all the time in the schoolyard.
I won in 5th grade jump rope for heart.
There you go, Chanel. This is perfect for you.
The American Heart Association.
Yeah. So,
but what is that doing?
Okay, so it's got you get two options because this is a digital jump rope. So you can jump rope regular
like in
way,
your room. Or you could just go like this.
Yes,
really
or
round
you
up
could
the
just
miles.
attach
Well,
the.
this one has a
Okay, so that's much of an exercise.
Yes,
It was hard
it
to do in
counts
heels.
all your reps.
Oh, it has a counter
too.
on it.
It
Yeah.
has a timer.
Look,
If
I
you
just
wanna
did
set-
50.
Yeah, so if you want to set a timer, you're like, I want to jump rope for 5 minutes in the morning. It'll tell you when you're done. So
That's good.
Really
That's really
easy way, super affordable.
Oh, it's not
too.
that expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
You could do
I'm
it in a small
excited about this
space.
next one.
All right,
Yeah.
bands are good for some.
You use these.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
use the bands.
You know who else uses these? Is our fitness contributor, Stephanie Mansour. She
Yes.
loves these, and a lot of our reviewers also really like them. You get 5 in a pack, and it comes in different weights. So these are resistance bands to level up your
Let's get a
workouts
QR code.
or your warm-ups. I like doing side steps with
good.
these
Oh,
to warm
yeah.
up. But you could put them around, your thighs to do squats.
Is it this
get the
compact?
hamstrings. Yeah, and look at how small it is.
Great for travel.
That is great.
Amazing for travel, and again, super affordable. You get 5 for the price of one.
Okay.
Basically.
Here's something great for somebody running.
Yeah,
a
I
marathon.
genuinely saw this the other day and wondered if maybe I should
Chanel,
do
this
something
is
like
with
that.
the Snickers
perfect
bar.
for you.
Put it around my waist.
So this is our jogging and running belt. Also
Okay.
really great for walkers because you have to carry all those essentials.
Wait, why is it wet?
Because it's waterproof.
Oh.
So you could fill it up with everything you need.
that's
Your
so good.
phone, your keys.
Oh, it all
and
fits
doesn't-
in there?
Yes, it expands. So it doesn't look like much,
Yeah.
but it expands. So you could put keys, your wallet,
Oh,
you can
that's
put a bunch of
great.
stuff in there, but it's still very compact.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, it's good.
Here, let's try it out. I'm going to do it's waterproof. So our testers really love this feature.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
look
taking
at
your word
that.
for it.
Yeah.
And look, and then your phone says, because when you run, if it's raining or drizzling, yep.
Yes,
anyway.
you never know. And so you open it up, everything is dry as a
say
bone.
yes.
So perfect.
Okay, all right. Oh.
I actually have those.
Oh.
So these are
These
for
are
the
good.
guys. These are our winners for the best workout shirt.
I swear
for
by
men.
those.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, these are great. These are from Under Armour. They're made with their tech that moisture wicks. They're
Yep.
very loose fitting, lightweight, and keep you cool, which are like the 3 essentials you need for any workout top. It's $25, but we do have a discount for our viewers, 30% off to hook you guys up. Another really cool thing about this is it comes in regular and tall sizes and up to size 5XL. So really size inclusive.
What I like
Everyone
about
can get
those,
in.
Adriana, is they last. I had bought a couple years ago, and I've had them, and you can't even tell that.
Doesn't have the
Awesome.
yellow stains?
No pit
That's
stains.
amazing.
I like these
Love to
because they're
hear it.
high-waisted.
Okay, I'm actually wearing these
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
these are good.
These are our best pick for our leggings. So $25 for these. So soft. Feel how soft
Yeah.
they are.
And they're
Billy.
pockets.
And they
very
have side
slimming.
pockets.
Pockets are all the rage right now.
Yes. I love the high
your phone
waist
in it.
too, which kind of like
Wait, these
gives
are
you a
only
little
25
compression.
bucks?
Yeah, and they come in a bunch of colors, really soft, really
And they're not
lightweight.
see-through.
Yeah, what a lot of our reviewers really like that they're kind of dupes for higher end versions,
Oh, yeah.
but they're just as good.
You're
Okay.
very
We
excited.
have to get to
Oh, these are my favorite.
Drum roll.
I bought these
That's
for
right.
Brian for Father's Day. He's obsessed with them.
These are incredible. So, did you guys know you could probably benefit from using a recovery shoe after your workout?
A recovery shoe.
Yeah, or if you have a job where you're on your feet all day, these are incredible.
Try 'em.
These are the Hoka slides, and they are so amazing
I
because
love your
we talked to a
color.
podiatrist, and she said that we actually overcompensate during the day, so our muscles feel really sore and we get aches, from working out or being on our feet all day. So this arch support and the cushioned
those are
material
nice.
together kind of give you a recovery.
Why are you
feel
walking
that
like
you need.
that?
Wow.
Like my foot always hurts here in the middle of the day.
Exactly. So when you put these on, I actually also have them on.
Careful.
I'm gonna
Your
buy
arch
those.
feels so
Yes.
much more supported.
They
It's
feel like
incredible.
clouds.
They really do.
That's what Brian
And
said.
they have a wide footbed too, so you get like all the comfort you need.
Could you actually do the real one, Craig?
Really awesome.
Adriana, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Adriana.
Thank you.
These are all great.
And of course,
come in.
scan that QR code and head to today.com/awards to purchase these items. And just so you know, Today gets a commission for purchases made through the QR code or links on our website.
Jump together.
Very impressive. Look at him.
Wait,
Go, Craig, go.
wait, can we?
Up next, all that gym talk made us thirsty.
We're just here being
sampling some of our latest pre-made cocktails
Double
on the
Dutch.
market.
Let's do it.
Double Dutch. There we go.
Party in a done.
Chanel,
there
jump
you
in.
go. Jump
Chanel,
in,
get
Chanel.
in.
Come on.
There we go.
Hey, we'll be right back. Go. ho, go! You ever been in the bag? Well, now we're going to be in the can. It's a good thing we tried this. We saved this, try this today until the end of the program, because this morning we are tasting trendy drinks, canned cocktails, the fastest growing spirits category in the country, according to the Distilled Spirits Council of the U.S. Here to share a few with us, Mr. Garvey Alexander, author of the cocktail recipe book, Brunch God. Garvey, good to see you.
Good morning.
Great to see you.
Nice to
Great
have
to
you
be
back.
here.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You have
Let's
a
start
lot
with-
to taste here.
I know
Yeah.
that you've got, I mean, this is a great pack because it's got all different kind of cocktails in a can.
This is the Tip Top variety pack, and with
yeah.
this, you get an assortment of classic cocktails.
Margarita.
The best part about this is that you don't have to do anything. It's like having a bartender at your house, and they do classic cocktails very well.
Yes.
Where can we get this?
I thought this was
You can
small.
grab this
like,
from
oh,
Drizzly.
I drink a lot of these, but they're strong.
They're very strong. So it's Tip Top. They're tiny, but they pack a huge punch.
Kind of like Chanel.
Well, you almost did a spit take.
Just like Chanel. Pack a huge punch.
Woo, that one does.
This
What
is
this
really
It's
yummy.
really nice. We're
Yeah.
drinking the Jungle Bird and the Margarita today.
Here for it. Okay.
Now, this next one obviously comes in a small can,
Yum.
too.
Absolutely. So obviously we know when it comes to certain things like alcohol batches, size matters. The bigger the better.
Really?
Right now we're doing Party Can. This is the Passion Fruit Cosmopolitan. In one container, there's 12 servings, so this is enough for a
Depends on
great.
the crowd.
Yeah, it is
We're 6
delicious
for
as well.
Craig.
Sweet for you.
This is good.
This is good.
It's pretty good. It's a twist on a classic Cosmo, just a little passion fruit in there to change
So
it
with
up.
these cans, they have all the alcohol mixed in. Are
Yes.
you supposed to pour them over ice, or do you just drink them out of the can?
For a Cosmopolitan, you can drink it out of a can. Well, I would pour that into a glass or shake it with ice, perhaps. Old fashioned, you can just pour over ice.
Great.
Soju,
Wow.
very, very trendy right now.
Soju is extremely trendy
is
right
What is
now.
soju?
Soju is a Korean distilled spirit made from
We had
Mm-hmm.
grain.
it in South Korea, the Olympics.
It's delicious. It's
Oh, you're right. We did.
similar to vodka in consistency, but a little subtle, a little more smooth.
This is nice.
This is sweet.
This is nice.
Not that sweet.
There's a distinct flavor in there you might be tasting.
Yeah, what
It's
is that?
Perilla, which is in the mint family. It gives it a nice,
yes.
refreshing boost.
So far, all of these you can just order on the different.
All of these are available on their actual websites or on Drizzly.
That's refreshing.
It's extremely refreshing.
All right.
Sparkling
Only
wine's
90,
a big,
only 90 calories.
Look at me
Sparkling
walking
wine's a
down
big
with my
category.
drink.
Sparkling wine is a huge category. This is what I like to sneak into movie theaters. Don't do
Yeah, don't-
as I
That's-
do.
yes.
Guys, just do as I say. Buy this. This
that's
is
good.
we're tasting the rosé. You're tasting like hints of red berry in there, some raspberry, some strawberry hints as well. It's extremely refreshing, and it's great because you don't need to pop a cork. You can just
Yeah.
grab a can,
Pop the can.
pop the can open.
That's good.
Single
These are
serving.
my favorites on the table. The
Oh,
Oceans Island.
It's
What is
probably
this?
But you got to be
it's-
careful with this
Exactly.
because it's whiskey and vodka.
That's
Oh,
why it's Craig's favorite, honestly, because it packs a punch. We're drinking Fisher's Island lemonade. You're having the original flavor right now. It is mixed with vodka and whiskey.
Careful with
Yes, it packs.
That's delicious.
This is also available on.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it is also available on Drizzly or on Fisher's Island's website.
Ooh, this
I
one has
call this the
cranberry in it?
new Long Island iced tea.
All right. And
So-
the coffee martini, a big deal.
The coffee martini. So me being a restaurant operator, bar operator, I noticed that espresso martinis are one of the top
This is
10.
my go-to when I'm tired and like have to stay up.
That's why I call it Let's Go.
Yeah.
You just grab this and have a quick sip, and you're ready to go for the full
People
night.
are asking you for.
Yeah.
Every day.
Asking for a bed.
Every day, this is the top-selling cocktail at my
22%
restaurant and bar.
Oh, wow.
Garvey, thank you so
This is
much.
good. I
It's
appreciate you showing
noontime
things
somewhere.
that we wouldn't know.
Of course.
Yeah, these are all
Enjoy.
We'll be right back.
Third hour of Today, I'll be right back.
I'll take one as well.
Yeah,
As you should.
These are great.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Coming up tomorrow in the third hour, we cannot wait. One of our favorites, country star Darius Rucker, live on the Plaza.
You're going to bring the party with you?
I'm taking the party with me.
I guess we
It's
won't see
Labor
you
Day
tomorrow.
weekend.
Coming up on
Beers and
Holiday.
sunshine.
I can't
We're
reach
going to
my
take you
drink.
backstage with Lizzo and Ed Sheeran at New Orleans Jazz Fest.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good day, everybody.
Oh, shoot. You're
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, get ready for an adventure. We've got your backstage pass to music superstar Ed Sheeran. Plus, a spectacular performance by one of the top college marching bands in the country, Virginia State's Trojan Explosion. And Donna gears up for the ride of her life with history-making race car driver Catherine Legg.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hey, everybody. It is Thursday. It is August the 31st, the last day of August. Crept up on us. I know.
September is knocking, but as you've said, we're lengthening summer.
Well, we are. And by the way, weather-wise, we know that September is going to be a beautifully warm month. So I think summer shifted because June was chilly.
Yeah.
From June, July, and August to July, August, September.
Perfect.
We just slid the calendar.
And for those of you that live where it was hot in June, guess what?
Yeah.
It's still going to be hot in September.
Yes.
You're
See?
fine.
See?
Okay, we are so excited because the show today is all full of adventures.
I mean, adventures are one of those things that you first of all, you never forget them. I was thinking we should all try to do one a year, even though I say that and I don't do one
I
a
know.
year. But just something you haven't done, a place you've never been, because we all like the tried and true spots.
Yes.
I go there, I love it, I
Totally.
know what to expect, I know what's coming.
But also little adventures.
Like what?
Like, I actually think you're good about that. Because you'll tell the kids, like, we're going to go on an
Yeah.
adventure.
Yeah.
And it could be to, like,
It doesn't matter.
laundromat.
Yeah,
like,
it
it's
doesn't
not,
matter.
not about the thing. And it's so funny because Hal must, like, at school, they must talk about it because he's like, can we go on an adventure? And I'll take him to the backyard and we'll, like, pretend we're searching for animals or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be the big thing.
By the way, that's a good point, because
Like
sometimes
finding the little cool things in the everyday.
Yes, we're going to do something we've never done in a place where we live.
Yes.
Something else. I
Going to
love
a new
that.
park. Like, it doesn't need to be the crazy thing, because the likelihood of the crazy thing is once a year.
Yeah.
But how can we find the adventure in every day?
That's a good one. That's a good one to do. Because And what about you? When's the last, or what do you think is one of your great adventures? If you were
the greatest adventure.
Uh-oh, I'm waiting.
The greatest
Oh
one
God, tee it up.
I've ever
What?
had
Oh no, it's too big.
was my mom. And you may not think it started with my mom. Some of you may not think my mom an adventure, but she took me rafting down the Grand Canyon. So
your mother?
Yes. For
And
her
you?
60th birthday, she and her best friends they go every year to a different national park. They love to hike and be outdoors. They took their daughters for the first time when they turned 60. So this was now like almost 15 years ago. But we spent the night in a tent. The first night there was a sandstorm, so she had to wear goggles so nothing got in her contacts. We were passing back tequila bottles. And we spent the night and they had done the trip before when they turned 40. So
that
20
same
years
group of
later, the same people, we were spending the night in the stars. It was like a whole week. And then we hiked out. Every day we do hikes. We rafted, we kayaked. It was amazing.
By the way, for your mom to make that kind of plan is really cool, because I think sometimes we have to be like reminded like that we can do incredibly cool and
kind of hard
things. Like people are always like, oh, be careful, look out for that. What might go wrong? There are a million things that might go wrong.
Yeah.
They might go wrong. But I think it prevents people, and sometimes I'm included too. You're like, oh, I don't know, is that too risky?
Yeah, will I
is
sleep
that going to
well?
be too much? Well, what if this happens or that happens? But I think if you play the odds like that, you'll never go or do anything.
The really cool
And I think our
things.
moms, like, how cool are they? I was just thinking when you said your mom at her 60th. My mom, for her 60th, I told you this, but she ran the Marine Corps Marathon.
For her 60th.
I will never forget it as long as I live. I will never forget standing there and watching this woman in November. It was hot as can be, and she was running, and me, my brother, and sister were cheering for her. And I remember watching her, and she was tired early on, and my brother was like, "Get in with mom, get in with mom. Someone has to get in with mom." And I had sneakers on, so I was the one getting in with mom. Okay, it was mile 7. There was a lot to go.
You ran from mile 7
Yeah, I ran
to
from
the
mile
end?
7 to the end. Yeah. And I did it with her, and I still remember the feeling. We were so far in the back of the pack.
Yeah.
But I remember the feeling and the admiration I had and have watching her. And I remember we got to the very bottom of the Iwo Jima where you go up and there are people, it's Marine Corps band playing. And I remember standing at the bottom of the hill as she ran up. I had my towel. I was watching her go to the finish line. My brother and my sister were there. My brother was crying. He keeps saying, I was just hungry. No, he wasn't. He was crying. But I remember thinking to myself, wow, she can do that. So it makes you realize,
and also what it makes you realize is it's never too
It's
late.
never.
Some people might think 60, run a marathon, no way.
Yeah,
And
yes
look
way.
what she did.
Yeah, yes way. Okay, we are going to play a game, aren't we, Donna?
Yes.
All right, so there's nothing like taking a trip with your bestie, so we're going to play an edition of Hoda and Jenna, Best Friends Forever. And
I don't
Donna's
like the
our host.
exclamation mark.
You mean the question mark? It should
I mean
be
the question mark. The question mark.
Oh,
Thank you.
forever.
Well, okay, this is your mini adventure of the day.
Okay.
So are you ready?
Ready.
Earlier today, our producers asked you two the same questions.
Okay.
We wrote those down. Now I'm going to ask them and
How cute your
reveal.
jeans
I know you look
so cute.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we're ready.
Sometimes a compliment goes a long way. Thank you.
Give us a button.
jeans.
All right, here we go. We're going to see if you can guess each other's answers. So the first question was, what is Hoda's preferred airplane seat?
I think I know this.
Yeah.
And reveal.
Aisle, yes.
Aisle.
Yes, yes.
I think that's
spelled
misspelled,
wrong.
but
We
that's
spelled it
okay.
wrong,
That's
but
okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's okay.
Is it because you like to escape and go to the bathroom?
Yes,
yes,
I like freedom. I don't like to feel trapped. I don't like to say, excuse me. I don't like to wake sleeping people up. I just like out.
Do you
and
know which
you are
mine
window.
is? Window. Yeah.
I'm a window too. I like to
you like to
visualize
curl up,
and
you like to be in
delight
your
in
own
my
little
thoughts.
world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one. What is Jenna's favorite road trip snack?
Well,
And-
look. It's a little messy, but
Oh my God! You know you can't just say it for everything.
Yes, I can. Queso and chips. I almost said Cheetos. I really almost
You know
did.
I love a Cheeto so much.
I know you love a Cheeto.
I would bring queso and chips
No,
if I'm in. You're right.
I would have thought that too, Hoda, for Jenna.
But to be honest, I did take. I went to Texas with Kate Saunders to interview Colleen Hoover, and I did make her go through Taco Cabana and get chips and queso. So I guess you're right.
Kind of.
See, okay.
Do you like the crunchy or puffy ones? Cheetos.
Either way, I don't discriminate against my Cheeto.
All right, question number 3. What is Hoda's go-to vacation cocktail? We all know this one.
I totally.
3, 2, 1.
Mojito.
Hey!
Hoda, can you demonstrate the way you like it?
Oh my God.
muddled
Okay,
and
I
all
like
that?
a lot
Glug, glug,
of
glug.
lime, a ton of lime, lots of mint, and then you get the muddler thing. What's on your? Oh, girl.
I
did you
cupped
go cup
myself. Leave me alone.
I'm sorry. You do all kinds of.
I know. I take this one. My body is my temple.
Okay, sure is. Okay, next one.
Wait, sorry, do this. Yeah.
What is Jenna's favorite place to visit?
Please be right,
And
me.
for
Texas. Yeah. Oh! You know what?
I do love Texas, but in the summer, it's August. I like to go to Maine.
I know, but you always Texas. Hey, girl, Longhorn. Woo, camp. Your camp. That's all you talk about. Hey, you make them sing the song, Camp Longhorn.
Okay, but so my favorite.
Austin. Uh-huh.
It's only fair we did the glug, glug, glug. Now we have to do the Camp Longhorn.
Okay.
Now I get why it's best friends forever.
Well, it seems I know you pretty well.
But you did that fun.
But I was in the wheelhouse of all
You
of them.
were, totally.
Come on.
It was like one or the other.
Yes.
And we like to learn something new about each other.
Next, Jen and I head down to one of our favorite places,
New Orleans Jazz Fest. Okay, we're going to take you backstage with Ed Sheeran and more. It's going to be so much fun after this.
Remember when you went to
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Okay, you guys know how much we love New Orleans. It's a wonderful city any time of the year. But if I had to choose, there is no better time to go to New Orleans than for Jazz Fest.
Me too. Earlier this year, Hoda and I went down to check it out, and we had a blast laughing, singing, eating, showing off our mom moves. Take a look.
Jazz Fest is a 10-day cultural festival, and just like the city of New Orleans, the fairgrounds come alive the moment the gates open. The festival features 600 performers, 500 of whom are local to the city of New Orleans. And the two of us kick things off the only way we know how, on the main stage, baby. Are you ready for Jazz Fest?
I brought Hoda home! Let's have some fun!
Our first stop was to see a local favorite, the always electric Big Frida. And these two moms made their way to the front of the stage. We even got backstage access.
You see us right in the front going like this?
We were trying to get noticed.
Yeah. We were doing our best mom dance.
Yes, I feel you.
When you were growing up, was this like the dream? Could you ever have even imagined?
I was singing on the gospel stage here with my choir here, so this was not in my vision.
What a way to start off Jazz Fest. We love you.
Thank you. I love you guys.
Best.
Thank you.
Let's keep moving. That's our role. As we hit the grounds, maneuvering through the crowd added to the excitement. Look at the lines. Look what they have. Just look. Rose mint tea, regular iced tea, cafe au lait, ice frozen. This is all drinks.
Yes.
Okay, where's the food? What is happening? See? Oh my God.
It's wild.
It's out of control. The energy was contagious.
Coming to New Orleans with Hoda, it's been fun, but coming to New Orleans with Hoda on Jazz Fest, wow.
I've been talking to Jenna for weeks about the food. I could not wait for her to try some of my favorites.
Oh my God. It's like a Pop-Tart filled with crawfish. I gotta have one more bite of that. Come on. Cheers.
Backstage, we couldn't believe our luck when we ran into the famed 60s pop girl group, the Dixie Cups.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married.
Some people just step right in and you go, I cannot believe I'm standing with them. The Dixie Cups, the most incredible song, hanging out backstage.
This song is going to be iconic. It'll be 60 years old next year.
What?
Yes.
It's an honor for us. We love y'all.
We love y'all.
Right? Some music collaborations can only happen in a place like New Orleans. Local legends, the beloved Soul Rebels, and the iconic Wu-Tang Clan, culturally one of the most extraordinary festival collabs this summer.
If y'all could describe Jazz Fest in one word. One word. What would it be?
Greatness.
How is Jazz Fest different than other places you play?
When we come out here, we don't focus on our music. We focus on the sound from the band. It's a whole different world of music that you feel right in your face.
Jazz Fest showing off with two of the world's hottest artists. We danced along with singing sensation Lizzo. And Ed Sheeran as he took the main stage. I'm so happy here. Here's the thing about New Orleans. Every type of person, from every type of place, every different language, and we're having like the best time. Go moms.
Oh my gosh, we had the best time. Can we go again next year?
We're going to find out soon. We're going to ask our sponsor. Thank you to New Orleans and Company for making that happen for us this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up next, more great music when the Virginia State University Trojan Explosion Marching Band performs right after this. All right, y'all, it's the start of college football season, and not only do fans look forward to the games, the halftime shows are also a big draw, especially at historically black colleges and universities like Virginia State.
Yeah, it has one of the best competition marching bands in the country. It's called the Trojan Explosion, and under the direction of Taylor Whitehead, you're about to see why they are the heart and soul of that campus.
From Petersburg, Virginia, it's the Trojan Explosion.
That's the moment Virginia State University's Trojan Explosion found out they were headed to Honda Battle of the Bands. It's the school's first appearance since 2012, and the first time this current group of students will make the trip.
This is a huge deal. This is the biggest Battle of the Bands that ever existed.
It's a lot of hard work, coming together, an indescribable feeling, really.
For decades, on campuses of historically black colleges and universities, bands have been the heartbeat of the school.
Everybody comes to the HBCU for the band. Like, I'm sorry, but at the football games, like, most of our people come for the band. Like, that's just how it is.
Bands put HBCUs on the map. It's really a culture.
It's a culture.
The modern way of performing dates back to 1946, when Florida A&M University band director William Foster began incorporating dance moves and up-tempo jazz. And nearly 80 years later, college and university bands are celebrated on platforms beyond campuses. Perhaps most famously during Beyoncé's 2018 Coachella performance. As band culture visibility continues to rise, so do the stakes at Battle of the Bands.
Everybody that gets into this competition is the best of the best.
About 50 HBCUs around the country apply, but only 6 are selected to perform. VSU's Trojan Explosion is one of them. The band is directed by Taylor Whitehead.
5, 6, 7, 8.
We're the soundtrack of the university. When students go to class, they hear the drums outside sometimes playing. We are the biggest ambassadors for the university.
Here we go.
Mr. Whitehead's admiration for college bands dates back to his own childhood.
Virginia State actually was the first band that I ever saw in my life. I was probably about 5 years old, and I can remember seeing the band march into the stadium and just seeing the electricity of the high marching, the sound of the drums, everyone cheering for them, and that stayed in my mind forever.
Mr. Whitehead would return to VSU as a student, and it was then he realized the impact of not just the band, but the band director when he studied under the legendary Mr. Houghton.
Taylor was one of the better students, one of the better finds I've ever had. He came here and I told him, so one day, you're gonna be good at this, but you have to work at it. And I've been very proud of Taylor.
Much like Mr. Houghton's influence on him, Mr. Whitehead's influence on his students goes beyond music.
So many of the students, many of them come from situations where they do not have father figures in their life. We are that parent away from home. I've seen them grow musically. I've seen them grow as individuals from a maturity standpoint.
Mr. Whitehead is so committed to Virginia State University. He's so committed to the band, but most importantly, he's so committed to the young people who are in it.
Mr. Whitehead to me is definitely somebody I definitely look up to. I wouldn't be in this band without him. He offered me a band scholarship, and that was one of the things that really pushed me and motivated me.
As the Battle of the Bands approaches, Mr. Whitehead is implementing the same leadership he learned from his director.
I am one proud kind of father-like figure for Taylor. They followed the things that I tried to emphasize: discipline and musicianship.
Everybody got to be on their P's and Q's.
Yes.
Like, just top-tier performances, honestly.
High quality.
Every time.
The Trojan Explosion's performance was an exhilarating return to the big stage. And the band had a blast, carrying on the legacy of those who came before, making Mr. Whitehead proud.
The biggest thing I want them to learn is just life skills. I want them to be able to walk out of here and be able to survive in any setting, whether it's another academic setting, a job setting, military, or whatever. I want them to be fully prepared, and band does that. The greatest part is, I always say, I like to see them march in a band, but be able to march across the stage and go make an impact in society.
Oh, and we were feeling the beat when Mr. Taylor Whitehead and VSU's marching band came to perform for us right here in our studio.
Oh my gosh, take a look, y'all.
Ready?
Oh, how incredible were the Trojan explosion.
Wow, talented.
Okay, y'all, just ahead, we're gonna go paint the town when we head out on a wild adventure in Brooklyn.
And we create our own graffiti masterpiece coming up after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Back now with one of our favorite series when we go on surprise adventures around the Big Apple. It's called
H&J Love New York. Okay, and this time we headed to Bushwick, Brooklyn to shake things up. Hoda and I grabbed some spray paint and became street artists for a day. Check it out.
It's the splash of colors that have been part of New York's landscape for decades. But while graffiti used to be seen as a symbol of vandalism and disarray, it has now emerged as a vital art form, with businesses sponsoring vibrant murals and works even being featured in museums and galleries. And with tours and workshops now available to all, we decided to give it our best shake.
I have faith in them that they'll be able to use the spray paint. So as long as their nails are not too long, we should be able to spray this can.
We met graffiti artist Alex Santos in Bushwick, Brooklyn.
You know what's funny? People, when they think of graffiti, they think like a can of paint, shake it up, write something. This is the opposite of that. This is a real art form.
It's a form of self-expression. There's no wrong way to express yourself.
Graffiti, you say, actually was a healing force for you.
Yes, so growing up, it was either join the gangs in the streets or escape with the art crew, and it was more that my realm because I had the talent.
Who was the first person who said, Alex, you got something?
My mom.
Yeah.
Alex was raised by a single mom in the Bronx.
We heard that she used to check your backpack to make sure you didn't have paint sometimes.
Yeah, usually I had the bag shaken up and I was trying to sneak out that house and go express myself, but she tried to force me to just keep it in the books.
But by the way, now what does she think?
Well, she's actually very surprised that I have my dream job.
Today, Alex is an art instructor and street tour guide for Graph Tours, which allows visitors to try graffiti for themselves.
But the coolest thing is you are living your dream.
Yes.
You're a working artist. What does it feel like?
It's amazing to show people the different perspective of the graffiti because the common misconception is we're just vandals destroying the world, destroying the community, but depending on the picture you put and how you paint it, you can be building the community.
And then Alex did his best to turn us into graffiti artists.
Hoda and Jenna need to know how to just express themselves. We should be able to come up with a masterpiece at the end of the time we have.
Is that a cartoon? Is that a dog? Wait, you just did Snoopy?
Snoopy!
Hoda.
Amazing. Hoda and Jenna actually surprised me. They actually pulled out a Snoopy out of nowhere. That was pretty cool. Clean lines.
Okay.
Amazing.
Try it. It's harder than it looks. You got it. There you did, right away.
I'm kind of into it. He taught us
How
the
fun is
basics
that?
of spraying.
Same distance.
Yes. Yes.
Clean.
She's good.
It's still legible. Now we fill it in. Oops. That's fine.
Then we got started on our masterpiece.
Stay inside the lines, just like a coloring book.
How about this? No?
Yes, nice and fast. It shouldn't take too
fast.
long on one
Stop
letter.
waiting. Stop waiting.
Might drip a little, but that's part of it, right?
That's part of the graffiti.
As we learned, the secret is just to use the right amount of paint.
What about the drip? You like a drip?
I like a drip.
Yeah, we don't like the drip. It could make the piece look a little bit messy, but if that's the style you're going for, then there's nothing wrong with it. It's about expressing yourself. She probably wanted to be a little drippy. It's fine.
Drippy drip. Huda uses the perfect amount of paint. I don't mind the drip.
You do today.
Okay, but I don't want it to be too drippy.
Just light. Yeah. Done.
Yep.
There you go.
Further
There you
away,
go.
it spreads
Further
the paint
away.
evenly.
Yes. Go, mama. Less is more.
Less is
Yes, you got it. There you go. Yes is more.
A grade out of like 1 to 10, I'd probably give Huda and Jenna like a 7.5 maybe. There's some things we could have sped up on or slowed down on. We had fun.
Okay, and we're so happy to tell you that our final graffiti masterpiece is leaning up against the wall near Gavin's desk.
Nice spot for
Gavin, we'll come and hang it for you,
Yes,
okay?
we will. Coming up next, Donna buckles up with a woman breaking records in a male-dominated sports. British race car driver Katherine Legge. After this.
Okay, we could not do a show about adventure and not tell you about Donna's wild ride.
Okay, Donna hit the track in Indianapolis at the Motor Speedway with a race car driver. Her name's Katherine Legge.
She's
Hey, Donna.
awesome. Hi.
Hi.
And I love a good adventure just like you guys, and this one was top of the list. Katherine has no fear. She's driven everything from sports cars to open wheel cars, but she says nothing tops the Indy 500.
It's been 10 years since Katherine Legge first hit this track as a professional race car driver. But time hasn't slowed her down. In fact, she's gotten faster. Katherine has competed 3 times in the Indy 500. While 9 women have raced here since 1977, she was the only woman to compete this year. She also made history with the race's fastest female qualifying lap.
2:31.5. That is excellent.
How does it feel to be back? There's no place like Indianapolis. It takes on a life of its own. Like, it's the biggest sporting event in the world.
And while the adrenaline remains high, Katherine notices some differences in the stands.
10 years ago, mostly all the fans were guys. This time around, you see almost 50% women. And it's been incredible. They come up to you and they say, "You're racing for every woman out here." And when my daughter grows up, she knows she can be anything that she wants to be. I think it's the only sport in the world that we can compete equally with the guys. If somebody asked me to bench press as much as a guy, that's just not gonna happen, right? But driving a race car for 500 miles, I think I got it.
Katherine's love for racing began at 9 years old when she got behind the wheel of a go-kart.
I was an adrenaline junkie, I was a tomboy, I was daddy's little girl. I think I was the son that he never had. For the next 10 years, it was just me and my dad traveling around England to every go-kart race we could, come rain or shine, like sometimes snow, until I got old enough and won a scholarship to move into Formula Ford, which is the first rung of the ladder in the big cars.
And so by that point, when you got behind the wheel in your first race car, were you fearful of anything?
No, I literally had no fear.
That fearlessness helped launch her professional career. In 2005, she won her first big race in the States.
My hunger for the sport is still as burning, if not more so, than it was 20 years ago.
But driving doesn't come without its risk. In 2020, she broke both of her legs in a practice run in France. And just recently, she hit the wall at a practice run in Indy.
The first time you see somebody get hurt or you get hurt, then you realize, okay, this is no joke. You know, there's been a lot of measures taken to make racing safer, but it's still traveling at 235 miles an hour, right?
I think one of your keys to success is you keep pushing yourself.
Tenacity, more than anything else, like you just don't quit. This year's kind of reinvigorated me. I have a female teammate in the Sports Car Series that I'm trying to bring up and coach so that she's the next Catherine and she can do the same. She's promised me she will. She'll do the same for the next one coming along.
I hoped her confidence would rub off on me because I was about to gear up for a ride of a lifetime. But getting strapped into the car left me feeling a little claustrophobic.
Once she gets rolling, it'll all go away.
Promise?
I promise. I've seen it a million times.
deep
All right, let's get her rolling.
Catherine took me around the track 3 times at 185 miles per hour. And it was an experience I absolutely loved.
It was so amazing, it almost brought tears to my eyes.
I couldn't hang up my helmet without a proper farewell.
Oh, this is what we kiss?
Yeah, you want to kiss the brake?
What an experience! Indy 500 X Today Show. And obviously her racing accomplishments are so impressive, but I actually think it's her personality.
Yeah, she's so awesome.
Which is really cool to see. And Catherine has been offered a spot to compete in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and she's working to secure her ride in the 2024 Indy 500. So
We believe.
Yeah, Donna, would you ever get in a race car again?
I would.
Of course you would.
Let's do it.
By the way, this one's always up for an adventure.
I know.
I really am.
Yeah, that's
But so are all of us.
Yes.
Should we do a big adventure next?
Let's do it.
Maybe we should. All right, coming up next, how one woman's idea to reconnect with nature turned into an adventure beyond her wildest dreams. Coming up after this.
Summer is a great time to get outdoors for some fresh air and adventure. And there's one woman in Austin, Texas, who's on a mission to do just that.
She started a Facebook group to get more women back to nature, but she never imagined she'd be changing lives in the process. Take a look.
If you are on the water and you can really immerse yourself, and it feels like as if you're this little ant on this big body of water, it feels very liberating.
Tanya Walker knows the joys of kayaking, and she's made it her purpose to share it.
All the first-time kayakers! Woo!
As the founder of Black Women Who Kayak in Austin, Texas, Tanya hosts events for women to connect with one another and with nature.
I have never before kayaked in my life until this group.
It's Tanya's way of giving back to a community that's given her so much. After a divorce in 2005 left her and her 2 young sons without a home, she turned to the Austin Shelter for Women and Children.
When I was in the lowest point of my life, my community helped me and my boys. So it's important for me to give back to my community.
As she got back on her feet, she found spending time outdoors to be healing. So in 2018, she decided to share that experience with others.
For African American culture, one of the things is we don't do certain things. It's not the fact that we don't do certain things, but it's why we don't do these things. The barriers of not feeling welcome, or when it comes to water, is not knowing how to swim or being afraid of big bodies of water.
Tanya tackled these barriers head on. She partnered with local businesses to offer swimming lessons and hosted outdoor activities like hiking and canyoneering to spark interest in nature.
I took advantage of the opportunity to take some swimming lessons before I actually had my first kayaking event. And then once I was on the water, I just immediately fell in love with it.
The spaces that you don't see us, or you rarely see us, those are the areas that I want to address, and I want to make sure that, those spaces are welcoming.
The group has grown to more than 2,000 members across 8 chapters in the U.S., and now the group does more than just kayak. She recently changed the name to Black Women Who.
It could be scary at times doing something that you've never done before, but the cool thing is that you're not doing it alone. You're doing it with somebody else who looks like you, but are also probably doing it the first time as well.
To get the word out, Tanya wrote about the group for Soul City magazine. It was a move that proved life-changing for Heath Creech, the magazine's publisher.
In our first or second conversation, I mentioned kind of casually that I was on dialysis because I have kidney failure. And she said, ever since I was a little girl, I've always wanted to donate an organ. Wait, what?
When he told me what he was on dialysis, that conversation just got fueled, and then I just started thinking about, hey, I could help and be a kidney donor for him.
She went through the testing process, and they were a match. Heath and Tanya underwent surgery in January 2023, just 6 months after meeting for the first time. The operation was a success.
This is definitely a lifelong connection. Tanya, she is just a natural-born, giving, kind-hearted, loving kind of person.
6 weeks post-op, Tanya is back on the water for the first time at the Texas Rowing Center, leading the largest group of women she's hosted on the Colorado River.
So is this your first time kayaking? Awesome.
I love what Tanya has put together. It gives me the ability to connect with other Black women and be outdoors.
I was able to turn my passion, which is kayaking, into my purpose, to take other women on the water to have that same feeling that I get. That's been the most empowering part of this whole journey.
Well, we love what Tanya did there. She turned her passion into a purpose, and that can help all of us. Great advice.
Great advice, and we'll be back right after this.
Coming up tomorrow, we got a fun Friday in store for you. Jimmy Fallon's going to stop by to play That's My Jam.
Then wait till you see what we have planned for Amy Poehler and Martha Stewart.
Plus, Anthony Anderson gets into a great debate with Mama Doris.
It's going to be wild, y'all. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Queen of country music, 50 million albums sold. You've got this business empire. You don't appear to be slowing down at all. TV shows. This work ethic that you have had for so long, where does that come from?
Well, it comes from mom and daddy. They're hard workers. They both started with absolutely nothing. Daddy would win a roping and come back to the house, and he'd go across the highway and pay his grocery bill. Then he would go pay on a note, and then he'd try to buy more cattle or more land. And they started with nothing and got up to about 20,000 acres until he started kind of selling a few here or there. And now all four of us kids have really nice properties where we get to live. And Alice lives on hers, Pace lives on his, and Susie lives on hers. And mine's there, and we use it for baling hay and deer hunting and wild hog hunting. And it's just a way of life here that I absolutely come home to get to visit with.
As I understand it, you grew up on a ranch about 15 miles out of town, and you would come into Atoka. What was it like back then, this little town?
Well, it was just a bigger town than I grew up in, but Atoka was the big town where you got your dry cleaning and groceries and banking. Mom and Daddy did banking there, and then McAllister. I was born in McAllister, went to school at Kiowa, lived at Limestone Gap, Chalky, and Stringtown, and here in Atoka, and went to school at Durant, all on Highway 6975. So that's my life.
You grew up on one highway?
Yeah.
Was it always your dream to get out of Atoka?
No, I loved Oklahoma. It was a divorce, and he wasn't going to leave, so I left. And I went to Nashville, and that was where my job was. I mean, I was doing fine touring out of Oklahoma. It's centrally located. But I just thought it was time to make a move.
And now we're back.
Yeah.
And let's talk about why we're back.
Okay.
How did this come to be?
Well, they came to me wanting to know if I want to do a restaurant, and I said, absolutely not. I don't know anything about the restaurant business. Heard it's really a lot of work, and I'm not that good a cook anyway. But then they kept talking, and then they talked to me about getting the Choctaw Nation as my partners. And another thing that was so interesting to me is that the town was for it. The city council, Carol Irwin told me that, everybody is for it. We're going to get behind it. We need this growth to revitalize the town. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. We came in, looked at this building, and it was a lot of pigeons were living here and a lot of pigeon poop. And we looked at it and decided to go for it. So it's 15,000 square feet, 3 floors, so 5,000 each floor. A lot of history. This was a Masonic temple on the 3rd floor. And it's just turned into a very warm, fun place to come to. It's got a great spirit to it.
Kind of like Atoka.
Yeah, very friendly people.
Why was it so important for you to have the Choctaw Nation as a part of this, as a partner in this?
They've got the experience of what works, what does not work. They're highly successful. I like them a lot. I like working with them because I got to know them when I'm down there doing my concerts at their casino. It was a guaranteed cushion. Made me feel secure. made me feel it wasn't all on my back. Any artist that lends their name or is in a partnership always takes the risk of failure. But with this many people involved that are so positive, so gung-ho, so talented, so smart, and so eager to succeed, I wanted to jump on that bandwagon immediately.
Can you tell us about how your parents met here?
Well, Mom and Daddy, they both grew up around Limestone Gap, just up the road on Highway 6975. And Mom and Daddy knew each other from school, but Daddy said one day he passed by their place, Grandma and Grandpa's place, and saw Mama carrying a big old 5-gallon bucket, I guess to slop the hogs or something. He said, she could fit in my program.
When he saw her carrying the hog slop bucket,
Yeah.
that was all he needed.
Love at first sight.
Wow. It's a different time.
Yeah,
It's a
and
different
they both went to Limestone Gap School, but we were down here in Atoka a lot. You know, we had friends down here. The movie theater was
Yeah.
a very popular place for all of us to go. That's where we all went to see the movies.
And then you come back in March of 2020. What was happening then?
Well, Mama had just passed away, and I came back to help. I had been here for two weeks before she passed, and then I knew it was coming, and I was putting a tour together. And I said, I don't want to be here when she passes. So I said my goodbyes, and I went back to Nashville, and we rehearsed. And Susie called me, said, she's gone on. I said, okay. So I came back, and I was helping plan the funeral, and Susie and Alice and I were down at Brown's Funeral Home, and they said, I don't think we're going to be able to have the funeral. And I said, why? I said, well, because of COVID. So sure enough, here this thing snowballs. So I stay up at the home place, Mom and Daddy's place there in Stringtown, and Susie and I are going through each room, cleaning it all out and separating things. And Susie was doing the business part, and I was separating pictures and knickknacks and memorabilia. And I stayed there and then stayed up at Susie and Mark's house there at Chalky on the old home place. And it was just a time of reconnecting. It was just what we needed with Mama gone.
Why didn't you want to be here when she passed away?
I didn't want to see it. There was 14 members of the family. See, I just still, it's been 3 years. I just didn't want to see her go. I mean, when she was here and I stayed that 2 weeks with her, I slept with her. We'd cuddle and I'd say, Mom, what am I going to do? It's all about me now. I said, what am I going to do when you leave? She said, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Because she's always been my rock. She told me I was her favorite, and then Alice said she told her the same thing, so did Susie and Paige. So she's a good mama.
What was she like?
Tough, funny. All the grandkids loved her. She'd have a drink with you, cut up, have funny stories. When her nerves were a little bit tense, I'd look over and say, Mom, you need a little shot of whodunit? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, where's your whiskey? And she looked over at Luke Casey. She said, come here, her granddaughter, my niece. She said, go in there in my bathroom, dirty clothes hamper. At the bottom, bring me that bottle of Crown. I said, why do you have your whiskey in the dirty clothes hamper? She said, you think them boys are going to go in there and find it there? I said, good point.
Great point. Great point. and this is what I think a lot of folks would find striking. I mean, you made it big, you know? I mean, you're the queen of country music. You're in Nashville. You're in Beverly. But you came back to Atoka after your mom died. Why?
It's home. Lots of great memories. It's a great place to grow up, raise kids, raise your family. Sometimes I wonder what it'd have been like if I hadn't left and gone on to Nashville. What would be different? But you can't look back. Hindsight's 20/20.
You didn't just keep ties. You decided, you know what? I'm gonna help Atoka come back. How did that come to be?
I've been working with the folks down in Sherman Denison for quite a while, since the early 80s. We have the Reba Ranch House down there. It's kind of like a Ronald McDonald House. We had a Reba rehabilitation mammography unit, the rehab center, and then the mammography unit that would go around and test women that couldn't make it into town or to a hospital. So I've been doing a lot of things like that, southeastern Oklahoma, northeast Texas. But when Carol came to me about the restaurant, I said, no. Then she says, it will really help the town. It'll help Atoka County. It'll help surrounding areas. Well, when you put it to me that way, if it'll help other people, I was for it 100%. And as I said, with the Choctaws being a part of it, and that was going to make it more fun. I love being in business with the Choctaw Nation. And the people here are just hardworking, good people. So Mama always said, and Red Stegall said this too, always surround yourself with people who are smarter than you and who are good people and have your best interest at heart. And that's what we have here in Atoka, Oklahoma.
Why did you think that this would be such a great way to honor Mama?
She loved Atoka. She came down a lot. She had lots of friends here. And then with her books, Mama could read 5 books at one time. She'd have one in the bathroom by her bedside, in the living room, probably one in the car, just in case. And she could keep up with all the stories. So books were a thing that she absolutely loved. That's the only thing she really collected that I know of, except little bottles of shampoo and conditioner from a hotel room. I found sacks and sacks of that kind of stuff. She was a hoarder.
Is this the
Library?
collection?
Yeah.
These
This is not all of them. Oh, somebody had a little accident. A lot of these books I gave Mama. And when we were going through them, this was probably one of my jobs, other than cleaning out her bedroom and the bathroom and hall closets and everything. We're taking care of the books. I went through every one of them. And I had them all put in, like Mary Higgins Clark was one of her favorite authors. And she had tons of them. So I had all of her books together. James Patterson, I had them all together. And as you can see, they mixed them up here, which I think is really cool.
But Reba, so folks can come in and borrow a book and just bring it back?
I don't know if they've ever done that or not.
Okay.
We were worried about people just coming there and taking them but Alice said, you know what? If they need a book, let them take a book and they can read it and bring it back. Or if they have some books that they want to donate, they can also.
She was quite the prolific reader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was a school teacher. Yeah, she was a school teacher and loved to read. That was her most favorite. I could even tell you which room some of these books were in her house. Yeah.
She's smiling on this for sure, though.
Yeah.
What a great way to honor Mom.
Yeah.
That is.
Okay, so here is our merchandise floor and memorabilia everywhere, like I told you. We got sparkles, sequins.
Of course we got
camouflage.
sparkles and sequins.
Look at that.
And did you pick out a lot of this stuff?
No, I let the people who are good at that do their thing.
Yeah.
Every time I come up here, they've got some things up here that I think I just can't live without.
Yeah. I mean, that's beautiful. Some
Isn't it pretty?
rhinestones.
Yeah.
But this you wore.
I did. Yeah, on the right, of course, Annie Get Your Gun. On the left, that was my first outfit that my bus driver's wife, Millie Wilson, made for me.
And you remember all of this?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing to me. When folks come in and enjoy Reba's Place, what do you want them to experience? What do you want them to take away?
A great experience. I want them to take away fun memories, souvenirs, great food, talk about it all the way home. Because there's a lot of things to do here, walking around looking at all the memorabilia. I'm a pack rat. Mama was a pack rat. I am too.
Why was it so important to have so much of your past as part of this place?
Well, one thing, I've got warehouses that I needed to get them out of there and put them somewhere. I kept thinking one of these days we'll have a museum. And because a few years back, I stopped auctioning off my outfits and stuff. I kept thinking, you know, we're going to need it somewhere. And sure enough, here we are. But you're talking about decor a while ago. The doors, they were the doors that were on the second floor in the apartments. And so, and they've got numbers on them. And so we kept them. They're in the bathroom. They're in between the booths. And it's just another thing to talk about. Everything needs a story.
Yeah.
It's like a country song or a good book has got the greatest story. So when you walk into Reba's Place, there's lots of things that will, one question will really spur on a great story.
How involved were you in the planning of the building, the renovation, the menu here, the decor?
Very, very involved with it. Picked out the fabric for the curtains on the booths, the leather, the pleather, everything. We're getting drapes in here because this afternoon sun's really hot. The chandeliers.
A little birdie told me you've been quite hands-on. And here's the thing, as you know, you could have just written the check and everything would have been just fine. No. Reba she really had to get involved.
People who know me, when they walk in and they text me and they say, oh yeah, we knew you'd pick that. You picked that over there, didn't you? And I said, oh yeah, that was what I wanted. It's very important for people to know that I have a lot to do with this. And again, here I go back with Red Stegall and Mama saying, surround yourself with smart people and talented people, smarter than me. Chef Curtis, amazing. Garrett Smith takes charge and helps Chef. It's a wonderful team. And the thing I'm really proud of, there are kids working here that some of them never worked in a restaurant before. They're getting that special training. And some of them might not have ever sat at the dining room table with their family. And they're serving people at a dining room table. So they're learning, and they're learning a trade, a craft. And that's very important. Whether they do or do not go to college, they're learning a trade.
I understand that local musicians play here.
Yeah.
Why was that so important?
Well, Reba's Place, McIntyres are not only ranchers and rodeo people, but singers, musicians. And so I thought it was very important to have music. And it seems to be a great drawing tool. And we have different people come in. Paik even comes in and entertains every once in a while. Susie and Mark. But, across the street, down the street, there's people coming in and playing. Ella Doby, Philip Miller, I grew up with him. He owns that down there. And it's just the way people are used to that. And I didn't want to be somebody that came in and didn't have music. And besides, I wanted it to be a small enough stage where it's not going to be a huge band, but it's going to be an acoustic set where people can eat, talk, and still listen to the music.
Have you performed here yet?
Yeah, had a blast doing it.
How cool.
It was a surprise, total surprise. And so the band came in and they set up, and then I came walking in, and it was really fun. So we stayed over the next day to do it again. Nobody thinking, oh, she left town. But I walked through and everybody was just eating. And I got up and I started singing Can't Even Get the Blues, and I saw people go. It was funny.
What's been the response so far?
People come here as a destination, not just because there's thousands of people that pass by on this road every day. They came as a destination, whether it's a 90-year-old grandma that wants to have her birthday here or a little kid that you'd think would be going to Chuck E. Cheese. No, they want to go to Reba's Place for their birthday party. They're coming from all over the country.
I heard that during one of your trips here, during the renovation of the building, you had to be rescued. What happened?
Well, we were up here on the 3rd floor, and the renovation had already kind of started by, when I say renovation, cleaning out. And there was a lot of traffic on these back stairs. And this is 1907, I think, when this building was built. So those stairs were not that sturdy, I guess. So Rex and I had come down from the 3rd floor, and we had gone down the stairs, and we were on the 2nd floor, and we were going around to go down the stairs again. And there was a ceiling fan, looked like something in the Bahamas. And I said, hey, Rex, come here and look at this. What if we took this down and kept it when we get through with the renovation and everything and put it back up? That'd be, whoa. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. If we hadn't stopped for that ceiling fan, we were going to be on that stairwell, smashed between floors. And so we were stuck. You know, we were hollering out the windows, and I said, how are we going to get down this? Oh, don't worry, we're going to call the fire department. And I thought, you know, one of them inflatable big things, and I could do a swan dive and flip, and of course I can't do any of that. But they said, how about a ladder? And I said, oh, okay, I'll do that too. So we went down the ladder and made the news.
But even after you nearly died in the building during the renovation, you decided to stick with it? There was never any consideration of walking away?
No, when you have something like that, you better believe that everything's going to be totally reinforced, going to be stronger than ever, because everybody's really attentive and they know they've got to fix anything that is not perfected. Perfectly stout and able to have people coming up down the stairs or the elevator, anything. It's got to be safe.
So you didn't have any misgivings, even after the...
It was kind of a godsend to me in every way. Number one, it's a great story. Number two, nobody was hurt. And then number three, everybody knew this is an old building. We've really got to take care of putting it back together, stouter and better than ever.
This place where we're sitting right now, it's the linchpin of a comeback, of a small town. I mean, I've heard the traffic's picked up. You've employed 130 people here. You're having quite the impact. How does that make Reba McEntire feel?
Well, it makes Reba McEntire feel like she made a great decision with the people who made everything happen. I may be the name, I may be the drawing power, but man, they've got to be here day in, day out, 7 days a week, 11 to 9, making sure that everything's okay. They show up 4 o'clock in the morning to make the bread, the crackers, everything that you're going to eat today. They made it sourced out of local farmers, local ranchers. It's the Choctaw beef. It's all right here, keeping it local, and I'm very proud of that. Chef was telling me that when he started the menu, and I'd send him recipes that Rex and I had made there at home in Nashville, and he'd try them out and said, okay, that's going to go on the menu. He said when he was trying everything out, he thought he'd going to gain a lot of weight. He lost weight because there's no preservatives. It's all good, healthy food.
How much of all of this is also, perhaps, about keeping you connected to Atoka, keeping you connected to your past?
Well, one thing I can answer that with, Alice always said, oh, good, now you'll be coming home more often. True. You know, I got a business, but I want to see my family too. Alice, Peyton, Susie, and I, we're real tight. I think even more tight since Mom and Daddy passed, especially since Mama passed. We had to grow up. We're orphans now.
What do you think your mama would make of all this?
Oh, shoot, Mom and Daddy both would have been down here every day. She'd been up there reading a book. All right, I'm going to go down. It's about time for my little Crown 7. Oh, yeah, she'd loved it. Daddy would, too. He'd be holding court down there telling stories.
Folks who are watching this, who've heard about how Reba McEntire's helped save her tiny town, what do you want them to take away from this story?
Well, I want them to take away that Reba didn't do this. Reba was a small part that was willing to be a part of a great story, a successful story, one that's still growing, one that's still thriving, and one that's talked about all over the state of Oklahoma, because people are coming from all over, from Oklahoma and surrounding states. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. When I was playing Madison Square Garden April 15th, Garrett told me that people were stopping in here to Reba's place on their way to see me in Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
How about that? Now that made me feel really, really good. My fans are the best.
What do you hope that this helps turn Atoka into?
A family place. I hope people come back into the town proper and bring their families. Come to school here. Great schools. They're really wonderful schools. They're wonderful churches. It's a great place to raise a family. And to get back in here and to revitalize downtown and the surrounding areas, it's already happening, and it's fun to watch.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
So, Eva, there's a phrase that I love, and a friend of mine coined it, and it basically is, life gets greater later. I feel like I'm looking at you, and that's what I see. You're in a moment. You have a beautiful 4-year-old son.
I do.
You have found your purpose. What does life feel like being in this moment right now for you?
You know, it's so funny you say that because I have always felt like my greatest success is ahead of me. Like I can't wait for that to happen. You know, people look at me and they go, oh my God, what was it like being on that big show? And oh, you've accomplished so much. And like, as if my greatest success is behind me. And I'm like, oh, I mean, that was great, but like, wait till what's coming next. And that's my point of view in life. Like, I'm like, I can't wait to see what's around the corner. And I kind of live life that way. Like, you know, I didn't peak at high school.
No, you did not. Well, can I just talk about Santi for just a moment?
Sure.
Because I have
this whole interview could be about Santi, and I would be totally happy.
I've adopted children for me later in life, and it's been such a life shift. How has your life changed since he stepped into it?
I mean, obviously in every way, but probably the biggest way is that he's the center of the universe now. Where before, you know, we had our career and we had our partners or we had, you know, things to do. And now he's the center of the universe. And it makes everything actually a lot easier in life. Like it makes it easier for me to say no to things. It makes it easier for me to schedule days and weeks and you know, work. Everything is centered around him and his needs and his priorities, that it's actually, for me, makes life a lot easier.
How has he changed you?
You know what? I have way more anxiety about the world. About the world.
What's ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I've always been philanthropic. I've always been an activist and an advocate, and I always believe what I've read and said on stages, and now there's like this urgency to make the world a better place. It's given me this urgency in my activism, in my philanthropy, in like, we gotta fix some stuff, right?
All of the goodness in you came from your upbringing, all the goodness.
My family.
I'm trying to picture you as a little girl.
Yeah.
What it was like growing up being you in this family of overachievers, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you grew up with some just A+
women.
Yeah. I mean, no kidding.
Specifically women, yeah.
So tell me about that upbringing for you.
It's so funny, yeah. I'm like the disappointment in my family, if you could believe that. Because it's like, oh, she's the actor. I'm like, well, I'm accomplishing some good stuff, I think. No, but I come from a family of educators. I come from a family of independent women. I come from a family that really values intelligence and resourcefulness and discipline. And so I am very grounded in that upbringing. I don't really know any other way to be or any other dynamic in a family other than being selfless, because everything revolved around my older sister who had special needs. Could we go to Disneyland? We can't go because Lisa can't endure the ride. Or can we go to dinner at this place? Well, we can't go because Lisa probably won't, you know, last for the whole dinner. And like everything was, can Lisa go? Can Lisa do it? And growing up that way makes you selfless in everything you do, but really put me in somebody else's shoes.
Did you feel protective of her? In what ways did you try to protect her? Do you remember?
100 times.
Yeah.
100 times. And I was a feisty. If you think I'm feisty now, like, you should have seen 8-year-old Eva. I was fit to be tied. I remember, you know, my mom wanted her to have a very normal high school experience, and she had to be integrated into a mainstream high school. She used to be in a segregated high school where it was all special needs, and it was great for her, but then she had to be integrated into mainstream school. My mom was terrified. My mother was like, oh, are people gonna be mean to her? I don't know. And but my mom's like, she's gonna have a normal high school experience. My mom bought her a Letterman. She bought her the graduation ring. You know, she was in basketball and she was in cheerleaders. And one day she came home without her Letterman.
Her jacket?
Without her Letterman jacket. Yeah, and my mom was like, where's your Letterman jacket? And it had been stolen. Somebody stole it off her body.
Oh.
And I was like 9, and I was like ready to go to this high school and find whoever took my sister's Letterman jacket. And I said, Lisa, who stole your jacket? And she said, somebody who must have been cold.
Somebody who must have been cold?
And I was like, ugh. Like, she didn't think it was a mean person. She thought, oh, somebody must have needed it more than me.
She did.
And so she's taught me a lot about compassion and putting yourself in other people's shoes. And she was like, there's no bad person in the world. There's just people who make bad decisions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How wise is she?
My special needs sister teaching me this. Yeah.
Wow. It's interesting when you think about your upbringing, because obviously people look at you and they think you are Mexican American. So I was looking back and I was like, how did your family talk to you about where you were from and what you were about?
It was ingrained in us.
Yeah.
My dad, if I still go home today for dinner, he'd be like, and you know where we came from. Yes, Dad, I know where we came from. There was a very strong sense of where we came from.
Yes.
And remembering it and honoring it and celebrating it. And so I've always felt very proud to be Mexican. But I was in the United States. And so there's just such a straddling that you have to do in identity when you're Mexican American. I always say I'm Texican.
Texican?
There's a lot of
Did you grow up right on the border?
I grew up in Texas, South Texas.
South Texas.
Yeah.
I loved a story you told about when it was very easy to cross over the border and how your dad sort of explained the long line.
We used to go across the border all the time when we were little. We would go for lunch. My parents would go for a margarita. We'd go buy candy. We'd go by ourselves. It was just such a porous process. You just go and come and come and go. And all we had to do when we crossed back was say U.S. citizen. And I thought that was a magic word. I thought it was, a secret. And so I asked my dad, I said, and I saw the long line of people waiting to cross, and I said, Dad, do they not know the magic word? And my dad was one that taught me it definitely is a magic word. Like the luck that we had to be born in this country, by this invisible line and border. They're definitely magic words.
Wow.
U.S. citizen.
So when you told your family that you wanted to try acting, were they like, go girl, or were they like, no, we're not doing that?
Well, I didn't grow up wanting to be an actress. I went to college. So I graduated with my bachelor's degree, and I said, I think I'm gonna be an actor. And because
Why did you say that? Like, what made you?
No, it was a long process, but what happened was I was in my senior year in college, and I ran out of money. I had my Pell Grant ran out, my financial aid ran out. I had 5 jobs. I could not pay my senior year. I just was like, I'm at the finish line, and I can't pay it. My family couldn't pay it, and so a girlfriend of mine said, you should join the scholarship pageant. And it was a beauty pageant, but it was called the scholarship pageant. And she's like, yeah, if you win, you get like tuition and books and room and board and a stipend. And so I was looking at the prize list, and if I had gotten 4th place, I could have my books covered. And I said, okay, if I could just get 4th place, that's all I wanted, because then I was gonna patchwork the rest. Okay, that'll pay for my books, and then my other job will pay for this one class, and then I was trying to figure out how I was gonna pay for my senior year. And then I ended up winning the pageant. And then in this prize package was a trip to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And so I arrive in LA with palm trees and
You were like,
all these people, and I was like, this is so beautiful. And I said, I think I'm going to try this. And my mom said, well, you could get a job because I had my degree. You know, and she's like,
Yeah, you
you
already
could
did
work
that.
anywhere. You have your education. I said, okay. So I felt confident. Like I was like, I'm going to be fine. And within 2 days, had a job. You know, I went to a temp agency. I got a job there. I went to go be a temp because I was like, I can type, I can I can answer phones, I can do a lot of things. And they hired me. They're like, oh, you should work here. And so I ended up being a headhunter and pursuing acting.
When you hit it in Hollywood, which is, you know, for some people, look, only a few people get it. We watch the Oscars and say, wow, look at all these people, but only a few people get to have a magic moment like you had, and that you will continue to have. To have that moment on Desperate Housewives, to be at the top, what was life like when it was at its best, when everything was at its peak?
At its
when
peak,
it came to
not at its best, but at its peak. Yeah,
okay, good.
Because it was a different time.
Yeah.
It was I say, the golden age of television. That's how old I am now. It was a really fun moment in television history. Not only Desperate Housewives, it was Desperate Housewives, Grey's Anatomy, Lost. Like we revitalized the network at the time, and scripted TV. And Desperate Housewives was a dramedy, so it was kind of different, and it was odd, and it was weird, and it was great. But when I moved to Hollywood, I was an extra for 2 years, and then I got 1 line, and then I got 3 lines, and then I got 5 lines, and then I got a part, and so I really had touched every rung of the ladder. Like I really, by the time I got Desperate Housewives, it wasn't a surprise to me. I think it was a surprise to the world because nobody had heard my name, but I had been working towards this moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, I deserve this moment. I worked very hard for this moment.
That's big, I think.
Yeah.
I think not having any imposter syndrome, not having, I didn't go to acting school, not having any of that.
No. I was like, I prepared for this opportunity. Of course I should get it. And not in an ego way, and not in a narcissistic way. That's not at all. I'm just saying I wasn't discovered at Starbucks. You know what I mean? Like, I was an extra stealing toilet paper to get by, okay? And stealing bananas from craft services to eat and live in Hollywood. And so by the time Desperate Housewives came along, I was very solid in who I was, in what I wanted. And it was overnight in the sense of press and like household name and things like that. So I never changed, but everything around me changed.
Got it. Yeah.
Like I remember when they said we were going to be on Oprah, and I was like, "We're gonna be on Oprah!" Like, it was just like, "That's amazing! I'm going to be on the cream couch. What am I going to wear?" But I savored every first. Every first. My first upfronts in New York, my first press interview, my first Golden Globes, my first, red carpet, my first time somebody gifted me something. Remember, they gifted me shoes. And I was like, I can keep these? You would have thought I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I remember Helen Hunt told me that. And I had met her somewhere. And she said, remember this moment because there's not going to be another moment like a hit TV show. She said even her Oscar didn't compare to Mad About You. Yeah, she said the birth of a hit is different. It just lands differently, and you're living in people's houses every week, and there's just something special about that. And she told me that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna remember every moment. So I was really grateful for the opportunity, but I was prepared for it.
So you're riding high, everything is great. Meantime, you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to get my master's. So I think I'm going to start studying all over again. Usually when you're at the top and you're like riding high, you're not thinking about what's my master's going to be in. What made you decide that was the time you wanted to start studying?
Well, my mom bothering me about it because everybody in my family had a master's degree, and she's like, well, you're the only one. I was like, well, I think I'm doing okay, Mom. And yeah, looking back, I don't think, if I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have gotten it because it was so hard.
How were you jamming in your studies?
I went to night school. So I would be on set every day, and then at 7 o'clock I'd get out of set and I'd drive to night school from 7 to 10:30 at night. So I'd only have it Monday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Other than that, like that's like, yeah, that was a trek, but like it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Like the studying and the you know, the difference between a master's degree and an undergraduate degree is it's very specialized and it's very intense in a subject. But what led me to, also, other than my mother bothering me about getting a master's, was I was doing a lot of advocacy, and I had a big platform. And people would invite me to so many things and come and give a keynote and come and give a speech, and they would write this talking points for me, or they would give me the facts, and I would look at the facts, and then I'd write a speech based on these facts, and then I would look at the facts, and I was like, wait, is this true? And I was constantly asking why, and I wanted to be more articulate and well-read, you know, literate about what I was.
What subject did you get your master's in?
Chicano Studies, which is Mexican-American history in the United States. And I thought, I have a lot of questions, and I just want to understand where we've been so I can help my community go to where we need to be. And so that's what really inspired me to go back.
What did your master's degree give you that you didn't have before you earned it?
I think in my advocacy and my political activism that I wasn't just a dumb actress. You know, a lot of people are like, shut up and act. You know, you're an actress, what do you know? And I'm like, well, you're a dentist. Why don't you shut up and do teeth? You know, like, we're all citizens. Like, we should all participate in democracy. And so I did feel like I had to work a little harder to prove to people that we all should have an interest, and a vested interest in what this country does and looks like for everybody. When I did get the microphone and the platform that I have, I was getting invitations, hundreds by the week, of, you know, save the dolphins in Japan and AIDS in Africa, and you know, this thing is happening in Thailand, we gotta go. And I was like, yes, oh my God, that's important. The environment, like, everything's important. And I realized I could do anything, but I couldn't do everything. And I wasn't really making an impact in any of them. I was like going to this event, I was going to that event, and it wasn't until I was getting my master's that I was like, I really need to figure out where I'm gonna have effective, sustainable change, even if it's with one family, even if it's with one person. And that's when I started the Eva Longoria Foundation, focusing on Latinas, because I knew I wanted to help my community, and I wanted to help the women of my community. You know, Latinos are the fastest growing demographic in the United States, and it's the women driving that growth. It's the women who are the CEOs of their household. They make the financial decisions, the educational decisions, the healthcare decisions. And so it was important for me to prepare that specific group for the future jobs of America, for this country, for the world. And so that's why I decided to zero in on Latinas. We're a pretty special group.
Yeah, I like that saying. It's like, don't go wide, go deep. Find one thing instead of trying to.
I got to do one thing really well.
A lot of people who get to the top of the mountain are happy, and they just pack their bags and go. You're like, you're coming up here with me. I want you to come up here with me. Your foundation is about that, upward motion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was just such movement of like leaning in, you know, lean in. And I was like, no, reach back. Like, you've got to pull people with you, and you can't just keep moving forward by yourself. You've got to look back, and you've got to say, who else is behind me? Keep the door open. Let everybody in. And so that's what the foundation does, is really helping Latinas specifically reach their full potential. And that's a big it's a big idea, but like when you just telling people you believe in their potential is huge. And then giving them the infrastructure and
That's
the
it.
tools
That's it.
to reach that potential.
Yeah.
It's like,
because confidence is something that you got when you were young, and that's been in you, which is why you're here. And it is an interesting thing. You're like, I want to help you too. You're not sure you can do it, but I believe you can do it.
or people want permission, right? They go, I want to do this, I just don't know if I can. And you go,
yes.
I give you permission. Do you need somebody here to say you need permission to be great? I give you permission to be great. Go and be great. And then they feel like, okay, I can.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, you inspire people, you're inspiring me. So do you hear from people who say, because I saw that, because you did that, because you spoke here, will you tell me, I know you don't like to talk about that stuff, but just anything, it doesn't have to be as specific, but just the feeling of like that.
So gosh, a lot of times, so many times, and I get so many wonderful, beautiful people that come up to me in restaurants or somewhere random. I was like in Dubai, and some Chicana Mexican American came up to me and she's like, I'm studying here because you spoke at Harvard and you said to travel, like travel the world while you're young, right? Before kids, and like travel the world, go experience different cultures. And she told me that. She's like, and I'm here because of you. I was like, well, Dubai's a little far, but I'm glad you're here.
Glad you did it.
But in my activism, I've had a lot of people off the streets, you know, waiters and valet and all sorts of people who just come up and they say, thank you for fighting for me. And then I go, oh. And then you're just reminded why you're doing it. You know, they feel like they don't have a voice. I'm not speaking for them, but I encourage them to speak for themselves. And I think that's super rewarding.
So you decided you were going to learn Spanish. It wasn't spoken in your house, but you were going to learn it. Yeah. When did you decide to learn it, and what was that process like for you?
Hard. But you know what? My second language is French because of my husband at the time was French. And so I learned French, and I was speaking French, and I was fluent in French, and I would do interviews in French. And then when I would do press, people go, right, but you're going to do an interview in Spanish, right? And I would be terrified. I would be like, I don't speak that well. And so it was because of that. Like, I wasn't feeling Mexican enough. Like, I felt a little bit of a fraud. Like, I was like, I'm Mexican, I don't speak Spanish. You know, I'm proud to be Mexican, but I don't speak Spanish. And language is such a big part of culture. Language is really an entryway into understanding a culture in its entirety. But at the same time, I don't think people need to feel less than if they don't speak their native tongue. I think you can still have, like I did, I had such ties to being Mexican, even though I didn't speak. And so I just had this sudden urge to like, I need to speak Spanish. I need to speak Spanish. And I was 40 when I started.
Wow.
And now I'm fluent because I live in Mexico City, but it's been 10 years of learning. It was a journey when it was hard, but it's been one of the greatest accomplishments of my life is to be able to to do an interview in Spanish, to talk in Spanish, to argue politics in Spanish. Like I feel
Wow.
like now I can.
You got the hang of it?
Now I got the hang of it. I'll still make mistakes, but I don't care.
Cool. So you don't stop. That's your life. Look, you are directing this film, which I am excited about. Just first of all, just tell me about it.
It's a biopic.
Yes.
It's the true story of Richard Montanez, who had a huge hand in developing the #1 snack in the world, which is the Flaming Hot Cheeto.
Of course.
And he was a Mexican janitor who worked at the factory and spent 42 years at PepsiCo working his way up. And it's really a movie exploring the theme of how opportunity is not distributed equally. Everybody can have talent, but not everybody gets the opportunity. And he really faced a lot of adversity in his life that said, no, ideas don't come from people like you.
Like you, God.
Or, no, that job isn't for somebody who looks like you. And he always was like, but why not? But why not? But why not? And so his tenacity and drive is so inspiring and motivational. Like, this is not the history of the Cheeto. This is the story of Richard Montanez, and it's beautiful.
I love that you chose that. Was that a layup when you learned about it? You're like, that's the one.
That's the one.
You can tell.
Everybody goes, how did you find this story? I said, no, this story found me. And it was one of the few times that I read something and I said, only I can do that. I am the one that's going to bring this story. I have to do it. And so my agent was like, you should go in on it. You're not going to get the job. Not because she didn't believe in me.
Yeah.
She was just like, look, you haven't done a feature. You don't really have the body of work to prove you can do this story. And I said, well, I don't have the body of work until I do the movie. And so I basically, like acting, I auditioned and told them my vision and pitched them my ideas and showed them everything I wanted to do and how I wanted to bring his story to life. And they finally hired me to do it, and then we did the movie.
That's what you do. Yeah. You don't ever stop. That's why you're sitting here.
Yeah.
You're like, they said no. So here's what I did. I mean, so far, that's like your thing.
They said I couldn't get a job.
No.
So I did a different pitch.
So then I went ahead and I got it.
I got an idea. It's a spicy chip. It's gonna change everything. It will save our factory. And you're a janitor. Okay, no, hang on.
I said, I want to make a movie that makes people leave the theater feeling inspired, feeling like they should have a conversation about what are they scared of and what can I accomplish, what can I conquer? And that's the movie we made. It's going to make people feel really good in a time where I think people need to feel good.
People do. And lastly, is there a quote or a mantra or something that you live by that is kind of front and center for you? I know you've got
so
a lot.
many. I have so many. Give me my iPhone. I have a list. No, but probably the one I love most, and it's probably my daily guide is Maya Angelou, and she says, people will forget what you did, they're going to forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And I never forgot that.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I feel good.
Oh, good. That makes me feel good.
Oh, I feel good.
First of all, can you believe you're here? How far you've come?
I've come a ways, yes. Yeah, it's hard to believe, and sometimes I just want to, like, pinch myself, or someone will be introducing me, and I literally well up because it's so much different from where it started. I started.
It feels like it's not that far from you at any given time, that young girl who was in and out of prison and feeling hopeless.
Yeah, she's not far. She's with me and drives me to make sure that other women don't feel like that walking out of a prison door, that they have something to go to, something to hold on to, something to help them rebuild their future.
Do you ever imagine what it would be like if you could somehow go back in time and whisper to her, Susan, just you wait, what you're gonna do?
Yeah. You know, as I go back in time, I knew there was something different, but I just didn't know how to get to that different. And it took continual suffering and questioning to find that different.
Tell me a little of your story. I mean, your story is unique, it's your story, and then it's also a story that unfortunately gets repeated so often to this day. But you were a young girl who grew up in poverty and abuse.
Yeah, let me go back. I was born into violence, born into poverty, born into so many unfortunate circumstances, abuse, neglect, things that happen in the projects. That's common in those projects. And I had to learn to navigate, to hold on to myself, to my sanity, to hope. And then I lost my son. His name was Marquet. And I could no longer hold on. I began to drink. I drank to drown the pain and the grief of losing a child. It escalated to drug use, and for the drug use, I was incarcerated. And I'd leave prison, and I'd hope that there would be another life for me, but there were no doors open, no one to help me after, so much harm had been done to me. And, I would inevitably return to prison. And this happened over and over and over again.
6 times.
6 times it happened until I found help.
What was it like in prison?
I experienced prison, I imagine, much like my ancestors that came here and were stripped from everything that was familiar to them. I was stripped of my identity. I was stripped of my choice. I was stripped of my freedom. I was made to work. I was stripped of my dignity. I remember literally being stripped and my whole body examined as I was locked up and chained up and carted off to prison. It's such a painful experience to be punished for grief. Such a painful experience.
When you would leave prison, I'm sure you were thinking, I never want to come back to this place. And then what would happen?
Savannah, the last time I left prison, the guard said to me, Burton, you'll be back. I'm keeping this bed for you. And I said, no, I won't be back. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna get my life together. I'm not coming back here. And he said, the only place you'll ever work is in a prison. And while I rejected on the surface what he said, my response was, oh no, I'm not coming back. The reality is that I was not prepared to change the trajectory of my life. The reality is that what he said is what our nation has created, this turnstile of incarceration for people, because there's an overinvestment in incarceration and punishment and an underinvestment in resources, reentry supports, especially for women.
You were able to get help for your addiction that set you out on this path toward healing. But what was it that made you want to go back and put a hand out? You didn't do it years and years later when you had it all made.
No.
You did it while you were still fighting.
Yes.
You said, let me go back and bring some friends, bring some others with me.
Yeah. When I realized that there was a solution, and people in other communities got an opportunity for that solution. See, where I got sober in Santa Monica, people weren't incarcerated for substance use. They went to treatment. They got a court card. They got a diversion program. And I thought, why isn't this happening in my community where it's so needed? And I left the recovery home and I got a job and I saved my money and I bought a little house and then I'd go down to the bus station. I wanted to stop the unnecessary pain and suffering of women who were being released from incarceration. I wanted to help bring families and safety back to our community. I wanted to instill hope that I had been robbed of so many times. I wanted to give it back. I knew I could not turn back all the years of pain and suffering that I had experienced, but I could stop another woman from having to experience the same pain over and over and over again just by providing her a place to live, some support and community, just by offering her a clean environment that was drug and alcohol free, an environment where she could belong.
When people come now to one of your houses or one within the network, what is the arrangement? How does it work?
So when people come to a new way of life, when a woman comes to a new way of life, we welcome her. We ask her how we can help her. We ask her what are her dreams and her goals. And many times right off, there aren't any, or people aren't accustomed to being asked those questions or treated in a manner which welcomes them. We ask, do you want something to eat? Sit them down, and then we begin to work with them to get their government documents, to connect them to health care, connect them to school or the workforce development, to have them just, belong somewhere safe.
When you think about it, what you're offering, what you do is, it's so much easier than incarcerating people over and over again. It makes so much more sense to help them transition to a new way of life than to just throw them to the streets and say, well, good luck.
Yes, it's just such a no-nonsense, simple approach that allows a person to feel a part of the community and value. These are single-family homes where people women can come and live and create community, a place to belong, a place to come back to have dinner after they've been out to work or to school. It's allowing people to know they matter and they count. And it's not as costly as it is to incarcerate and punish. When you walk out of a prison, you're hurt, you're harmed, you're not ready to engage and be a taxpayer. You're dependent. So the outcome is so different.
Well, paint a picture because if you're walking out of prison, you likely don't have a dress, which means you can't probably get a job.
Yeah.
There are many, many jobs that won't hire somebody who has a prison record or a criminal record. Maybe you don't know how to even get your government documents, your ID, a driver's license. How does it feed on itself?
You walk out of a prison gate, you have no ID. You have no social security card. You have no address. In order to get an ID, you need a birth certificate. In order to get a social security card, you need an ID. So getting those things without stability, without an address, is next to impossible. And I used to be so down on myself, like, why can't you make it? Why can't you get it together? What's wrong with you? What I discovered, there's nothing wrong with me. There's not anything wrong with us. It's something wrong with a world that puts people in prison, sends them back unprepared, and then beats them over the head with no, no, no. No, you can't have a job. No, you can't get housing. No, you can't get an ID. Yes, you have to have a birth certificate. I mean, the obstacles that are piled up against a person is excruciatingly impossible to get, and it's painful to experience. So we're gonna take you to get an ID. We're gonna take you to get a birth certificate. We're gonna educate employers about the value you bring. People coming home from prison they're hungry to work. They wanna prove themselves. They wanna be a part of society. So we're gonna be a good employee. We're gonna be a good student. I mean, we're gonna show up in our full selves, with our best selves, given the opportunity to be a part of. So if you want a good employee, give a formerly incarcerated person a chance.
Susan, do you remember the moment that you realized it's not just me, what happened to me, it's a whole system?
Yeah.
It's bigger than one person.
Yeah. In the first house, my house that I got, I was working and supporting the women. We had created community. It was like 11 of us living in that little house. And we were happy. We were laughing together. We were crying together. We were going to meetings together. We were cooking together, recovering together. And there was one woman who had did everything that she could possibly do to get her child back. And the thing that she couldn't do was to find a house or an apartment that she could afford to be reunited with her child. And she lost her child. The court terminated her parental rights because she had no place. And that set me on a trail of, beginning to really examine our country's laws and politics and what it sent me deeper and deeper. So once I realized that I wasn't a bad person, I was a sick person and I could get recovery. Once I realized that people could do everything right and still be punished because they had a criminal record. Once I realized that we as a community could recover, and why didn't we get the opportunity to recover instead of punished for a substance abuse or mental illness. It began an awakening and deeper awakening. And then I read this book called The New Jim Crow. And that was another just level of healing and forgiveness for myself. Now, I had forgiven other people for wrongs they had did me. But then I began to really forgive myself for some of the chances I had taken or some of the options I had exercised, and really understand that those were options.
What is it like to go now and see, you know, the houses that a New Way of Life runs, but also now there's a whole network of houses around the country that were born of this idea that you, Susan, had.
Yes.
What is it like to see this flourish?
For me to see all of the changes that have sprouted out all around the nation, all around the world, because I cared enough and I loved enough to make a different type of investment. It's just, I'm in awe sometimes. But you know, I have to keep my feet kind of grounded and say that this is what should happen and this is what needs to happen, and hoping that other people take a cue from it and also change the investment to support compassion, and be sensible about how we're investing. States are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on incarcerating people and very little on reentry. It just does not make sense. And this reentry is real community safety.
You wrote a book.
I wrote a book.
This is your story.
This is my story.
It's their story.
Yes.
And you go to prisons, and what do the women say to you when they see you?
When I go to prisons, the women stand up with tears in their eyes and say thank you. They say, the same things happened to me as a little girl. They say, please come start a home in our community. They say, can I come to a New Way of Life when I'm released? Just so many things. They say they're inspired. They're hopeful now. So many things they say.
Did you ever see that guard again?
I did go back and see that guard again.
And what did he have to say?
Um,
He saw what you had become.
Yes, yes. So what I can say is that he saw me coming back all right. He saw me coming back leading women to freedom. Yes.
What a moment.
Yes.
And he recognized you?
I don't know if he recognized me and put the words together that he had last said to me, but I know he recognized me as someone who had been incarcerated and had came back.
Sometimes you actually go to the bus stop in Los Angeles near Skid Row.
Yes.
And you meet women.
Yes.
Coming back, getting out of prison, just like you did all those years ago.
Yes.
What's it like when you can walk up to them and say, I have a better way for you?
Yeah. So going down to the Greyhound bus station, meeting women as they walk off the bus with their whole life in an envelope, saying, girl, come on, I have a bed, I have a home that is drug and alcohol free, that you can have a bed there, you can come and join our community and start a new life. It's like, wow. Yeah.
What is it about you that you did go back? And lots of people might have just said, I'll just take care of myself. I'm going to go on.
I probably could have, stayed in Santa Monica and walked along the beach and had a nice little life. But Savannah, I had found a solution to a problem that many, many people didn't know and were continuing to suffer. I felt like I had a responsibility to share that solution and solve some problems, some deep problems in our community, to repair some of the harms of mass incarceration, repair the harms of the war on drugs, repair the harms of disinvestment in communities that like South LA and like right here in Westchester. I feel so happy and fulfilled with what I've done with my life once I got sober. I feel so much meaning and purpose that it's just not about me. It's about what I can do in the world to make the world a better place. So let's not just, walk away. We're here and we live for a purpose. Let's invest in more than ourselves. I feel so fulfilled. And, I think that my Creator says, Ms. Burton, job well done. Susan, job well done,
My good and faithful servant. Well done.
My good and faithful servant. Well done.
You inspire so many people. What inspires you?
I'm inspired by the impact that my life can have. I'm inspired by the children. One of our residents, who is now an employee, daughter got into Stanford. And she wrote a paper about her mother and me. And the paper got an A. And I'm inspired to see what she's gonna do in the world. But I saw she really got it. And she said in that paper, if her mother hadn't gotten to a new way of life, that she probably wouldn't have made it to school.
You have many daughters and sons in your legacy, don't you?
I do. I have a whole village. Daughters, nieces, nephews, children, so many, yes.
Susan, you showed the way.
Yeah. To be sitting here with you today, after all that I've gone through, I understand what a miracle it is to be able to pull out and pull through and stand up and reach back and have the level of love, the level of understanding and compassion for my community, for women like me, for the community to be better. I mean, somewhere along the line, people don't recover like I recovered. But I think that being able to love and forgive has allowed me the strength, the courage to move forward to where we are, sitting right here, me and you.
Me and you.
Me and you, yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Isn't this crazy all the way to the West Coast?
Well-
I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad to see you.
Sitting across from you, I'm going to tell you right now, is a privilege and an honor.
What are
It
you
is
saying,
a
woman?
privilege and an honor. Okay. One word that you would use to describe yourself.
Ebullient.
Ebullient. Why that word?
Because it's my nature. I never used to be like this, but I have come to appreciate every little moment.
Describe, you said you weren't always like that. Describe who the little girl was.
Oh, the little girl, Rosita Dolores Alverio, was fearful, felt very unworthy, felt without value. Not necessarily my mom's fault, it was the fault of the times that anybody who came from Puerto Rico was not a good person. And I learned that very, very early. And I learned it too well.
What was the first time you learned that you remember?
I think I was 5 when my mom had brought me to America. We lived in New York City and in the ghetto, Hispanic ghetto. And on the way to kindergarten, I noticed that little gangs of white boys were just gathered there, it seems, to tease and make deeply unhappy little girls, mostly little girls who pass by on the way to school and say bad names. And they were very scary.
And you just tucked it away.
Yeah.
Tucked it away.
And the trouble with tucking is that it sits there and festers, and you wonder why do I feel so bad about myself?
So this little girl who had all these feelings had a spark in her. She loved to perform. Like, what was it about the experience of performing that turned the lights on for you?
That's easy to answer. Grandpa in Puerto Rico, abuelo, used to have me dance to records. Remember records?
Of course.
I used to love to boogie and all and shake my little tush. And he would hug me and kiss me, and everybody in the family would say, "Isn't she adorable?" And I thought, this is nice. I could do with more of this. Truly.
Did you like being Hispanic?
Not for a long time. Once I came to America,
Yeah.
I perceived that it was not a good thing to be Hispanic. And for years and years and years, I battled that.
How did you try to hide it?
I tried very much to hide it. I tried to be very American. I tried to be up to date in things, whatever that happened to be, whether it was fashion or little funny sayings that Americans would make up, you know.
And you chose a career that would put you into the spotlight, so that would highlight again.
But I didn't know that. I didn't know that. All I knew was I want to be Elizabeth Taylor.
That's what you thought?
Yeah, we were the same age, more or less.
Yeah.
And she was beautiful beyond reason. I thought it was entirely possible. You know, until people tell you when you're young that it can't be, you believe it can.
So you wanted to be Elizabeth Taylor, you wanted to be on stage, on screen, and it started happening for you. But you, again, you know, you had a name that your agent thought was not going to work. He was like, not this name.
So the casting director at MGM, where I was under contract, said, Rosita Alvario? He said, no. He says, that's too Italian. Rosita Alvario, okay. So he said, we got to change your name. We finally settled. He said, who's your favorite actress at that time? And I said, Rita Hayworth. He said, we'll call you Rita. And he said, that last name really sucks. I said, my stepfather's last name, Moreno. So that's what it became, Rita Moreno.
So you were getting parts, and you were getting a lot of roles, but the roles seemed to have a common thread.
Yeah.
The thread was...
Native girls.
Yes.
At first it was great. Anything would be good.
Sure.
Anything. I'd be in a movie. Everything was new and thrilling and delightful. And I looked prettier than I'd ever looked because the makeup was perfect. And then more and more, I kept having to learn how to do accents. And the makeup got darker and darker and darker. And all because of my name. And I began to see a pattern emerge, and it began to make me very sad. And there was no way that I knew to make that turnaround.
Because it was
American
Island
Indian
girl,
girls,
right.
island girls,
A little
always illiterate. They
immoral.
didn't know how to speak. They had to
Yeah.
have accents that nobody even taught me. So they would all sound like this. Even if they were Egyptian, they would sound Puerto Rican.
What did that do when you were cast in those roles and you realized this is the box I'm in? This is the box I'm in.
Right.
What did it do to your soul, your self-esteem?
It was really seriously at risk. And as I began to see that the girls I always had to play were always illiterate, they always had accents, they always had dark skin. But you know, I was so naive. I was that little Bronx girl that they said, you know, you want to sit in the mud here and, you know, put it on your face? Okay.
Whatever you ask
I
me to
don't like
do.
the way it feels, but okay.
It sounds like that thread of just saying, okay, happened in your career as well when it was, you know, sexual harassment obviously was rampant in Hollywood.
Oh.
But when you're young and naive and just all you want to do is be accepted,
right?
You were like the perfect prey for some of these men.
I had a studio head. I was like 21 or something. And he took one look at me and he thought, ooh, yum, yum. I was really afraid. This is what's so sad about me then. I was deeply afraid that I might get talked into having an affair with him, that I would get talked into by him, simply because he was so powerful. Not because I wanted a break in films or anything, nothing like that, but because he would just overpower me. I was really scared to death that I'd somehow allow myself to get trapped.
When those things happened to you in Hollywood, and they did, how did you emerge?
The only thing that saved my life, I know it, and I say this in my documentary, was psychotherapy.
Yeah.
It was Marlon Brando, with whom I had a 8-year on-off relationship, who said to me one day, you really need help. You need to see someone.
Was he at that point, or as you reflect on your life, was he the love of your life?
Oh, he was the lust of my life.
Marlon Brando was the lust of your life.
My husband was the love of my life. Marlon was the lust of my life. And that part of it was exceptional. You know, oh, wow, that was incredible. And he was really also a very interesting man. He was very funny. Humor has always meant a great deal to me. Humor to me is sexy. Why is it sexy? Because I always think that a man who can be fast on his feet with humor can protect me.
I mean, to read about and to learn about your love, your lust for Marlon Brando at that time, that was so intense that it actually drove you at one point
to take pills to try to do away with my life. That's right.
That just took my breath away, Rita.
Yeah, it nearly took mine away as well, permanently. He kept disappointing me, but you know, let's put things in proper perspective. You let things happen, all right? People aren't just mean to you. If you keep letting them disappoint you and hurt you, then there's something wrong with this relationship, including yourself. The straw that broke the camel's back, as they say, this one deception, this 100th deception, was in his bed, asleep, and I thought, I can't do this to myself anymore. I just can't do this. I felt so humiliated. And I went to his bathroom and looked in the medicine cabinet, and he took sleeping pills now and then. And I just stared at it for almost a half hour. And then I'd go back, and then I'd come back to it wasn't something impulsive.
Wow.
In that sense.
It took thought.
It took a long time
Wow.
because I thought, if you're going to do this, this is forever. This is going to be your last breathing moment. And I was in tears. And I finally opened the bottle and put, I think, about 10 pills in my hand and swallowed them. And I'm looking in the cabinet mirror all the time and saying, see, that wasn't so difficult. Oh, my God. Oh, it was just horrific. And, you know, luckily his assistant, Alice, found me. But I was close. I was close.
Wow.
God, I'm glad that's in the past.
I am too. When most people say your name, they immediately think West Side Story. Nobody worked harder for a part than you did.
There is no light or wrong. I had an audition in every aspect of that part. And before I left the last audition, which was the acting one, they were very pleased with, he said, now, Rita, we have to do the dance audition. And he said, I have to tell you honestly, if you can't cut that, you don't get the part.
Oh, jeez.
So I ran to the local dancing school and took lessons all day long. I could barely afford it.
Jeez.
But I was in that dancing school like from 9 to 6 in the evening, to the point where one dance teacher said to me, don't come back to my class. He said, honey, you work so hard, you turn a funny shade of purple. She said, and I don't want anything to happen to my class. So she said, you're out.
Bye.
And I remember going to the bathroom, the ladies' room, and looking in the mirror, and sure enough, I was the color of your outfit.
That's how hard you worked?
It goes beyond red.
I know you want the part. I get it.
Yeah.
But what drove you to that?
I really felt it was my last chance to get something and do something that was meaningful. And I wanted that part so badly I could taste it. And I knew I could do it justice. I just knew that I would be a wonderful Anita if they'd just give me, because I was Anita.
Fast forward to Oscar night, your face when they announced your name. And you know what I loved about that moment? I mean, it was your moment, but it was not just your moment.
Oh, I love you for saying
that. It was not just your moment.
It was my people.
It was your people's moment.
Yes.
Oh my God, they cheered in Harlem. They cheered all over.
Crazy. I have a girlfriend who told me that she lived in Harlem at the time.
Yeah.
And she says, normally it's a raucous place. When he came up to say Best Featured Actress, she said the place went dead quiet. You know what that is in the ghetto? That's amazing. It's weird. Maybe it's the end of the earth or something. And he announced my name, and the place went up in smoke, my neighborhood. People yelling out the windows, she did it, she did it. And you know, as a friend of mine said, what they were really saying was, we did it.
Oh God, that makes me want to cry.
We did it.
Fast forward to this moment in time, you got to witness another beautiful
Anita
bring home an Oscar.
But I wasn't surprised.
You weren't?
Oh, no. I kept hinting to her, and I thought I shouldn't be doing this, but I thought, how can she not? And then the reviews were insane for her, as they were for me. I gave her every bit of support that I could. Don't think that I wasn't envious. I was.
You're so honest, I
but
love it.
what I loved about her being cast in it was Stephen picking an Afro-Latina in the role. There are tons of us around. She's remarkable. However, she's working all the time. I'm not.
Yeah, you didn't get work for 7 years or so
my goodness,
after.
I could get some if I wanted to do more gang stuff on a much lesser scale. But I suddenly thought, maybe I'm just not being represented correctly. So with his permission, my agent who was at William Morris, I made an appointment with another agent at William Morris. She said, so what do you want? And she was kind of tough and to the point. And I said, well, I was wondering, and it was this kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe you might be interested in handling my career for a while. And there was an instant and harsh no. And then I said, can I ask why not? She said, you won't believe this. I can't believe anybody would say this. She says, because I don't think you have what it takes.
Oh my
The
God.
blood just drained from my head into a little pool around my ankles. And I said, thank you. I said, thank you. How I didn't manage to burst into tears
How?
at that time, I don't know.
I mean, first of all, you had won the Oscar when she said that?
And the Golden Globe.
To emerge from that and to come out after that and still grab yourself a Tony and grab yourself a Grammy in spite of that, like, that's inspirational. Like, how do you keep getting up?
You just do.
Because you know you're talented.
I do.
Yeah.
I've always believed, even at my most humble, and I was, let me tell you, really humble, I always believed that I had good stuff and that I was talented, that I needed someone, and I was so right. I needed someone to believe in me, but I never had that person.
Not only did you win the Oscar,
You're the first Latina to
I
win
have
the.
them all.
You got the EGOT.
I have the EGOT,
Emmy. What's that?
Grammy,
Oscar, Tony.
and then the one that really surprised me was the oh my gosh.
Which one? The Peabody?
Yes.
You got the Peabody.
It's crazy.
I mean, this is.
I wish my mom were here.
You know, you win all these awards. When you gave your Tony acceptance speech, you acknowledged not just who you had become, but who you were. You acknowledged Rosita. You acknowledged.
Well, I said that's right.
Yes.
I forgot that. I said, I'm not only am I proud.
Yes.
But Rosita Dolores Alverio is
Yes.
beside herself.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
I just thought that was such a huge moment because you had not left anything behind, not that you ever did, but to stand on stage and speak it out loud was something precious, I thought.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
you're killing me. Will you marry me if I propose? I'll be good to you. I'll make your breakfast even.
You're so funny. You know what I was wondering? You talk about the little you, the little girl in you.
That's right. I call her Little Rosita.
Little Rosita.
She's the one who still lives in me. You know, everybody thinks that once you've had therapy, everything is swell. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. There's still there's something in me. I call her Little Rosita, who is always there to say, ha, 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 ha. I told you, I told you.
Told you what?
I told you you couldn't make it. I told you you couldn't do it. I told you you'd be embarrassed. All that lives in me. And as I say in the documentary, the measure of being mature is my ability now to send her to her room. Go to your room.
And you're still
But
sending
she's
her
still
off.
there. I don't think I'm completely healed, and I don't think I will ever be. I think I'm fragile in certain ways still. Very, very sensitive.
I love that you never got hard. It could
That's
do it.
not in me. I thank God for that because
Yeah.
honestly, I see a lot of people get that way.
Because I'm surprised with all the blows you took.
I remember thinking once when I was doing nightclubs in Vegas, and very often the audience would get up and stand up, and that's before it became the thing to do. And I remember going to my room, flush with all that, and the dressing room was so quiet, and there was nothing there for me, except my husband calling and saying, "How are you tonight? How did it go?" And I realized that then. I remember having a moment, an epiphany, as it were, that I was very lucky.
Wow. Lenny was with you for years.
46 years.
46 years.
Yeah.
You got the career and you got the guy. Most times you choose.
Well, I got the guy, but then it turned into not a happy marriage because I felt that, it's what I say. I don't want to repeat myself, but it's what I say in the documentary. People make deals with each other that are never verbalized. And I was really also afraid that I would not be good on my own.
So you on your own voice, your own choices, your own decisions, nobody's putting their thumb on the scale, nobody's telling you what to do. How did you adjust to that life?
Being on my own?
Yeah.
It was easy. It was easy.
Yeah.
And it worried me because I came back. His demise happened in New York, and I was in a hospital with him for about a month and a half, sleeping on one of those hideous cots where you can feel the floor. And I came home. I remember it was a beautiful sunny afternoon, and my assistant was there, Judy, and I said, "Give me a big glass of white wine." And I sat in my very pretty courtyard, and I just took in the sun, and I thought, I'm free. I can do anything I want now. Anything.
You know what I'm struck by, what I find so inspiring in this conversation, is your directness, your honesty. You say all the hard parts out loud.
But you have to. You have to, particularly if you're in my business, which is full of lies and deception. For your own mental health, I think you have to be truthful.
So as we sit here at 90 years old, what inspires you now? Like, what kinds of things inspire you?
Women.
Yeah.
Women. I have such an appreciation, a deep appreciation of women and what they have to go through to be successful in life. And that doesn't mean stars. That doesn't mean the head of corporation. Just handling their lives and being a parent. That takes enormous amount of work, and it's about time that we support it. See, that's what I love so much, that we are supporting each other.
Well, you've been marching and you've been fighting the good fight from the very beginning. You were there when Dr. Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. There are life-changing moments.
Not more than 15 feet away from him, watching him do that speech.
Why was it important that you were there during that I Have a Dream speech?
Because it settled for me once and for all that I had a responsibility, that I had advantages that many, many people didn't. And I'd been there when I didn't, so I understood very well. I understood what this struggle was about.
I just want to think about your cool life and the things you've, not just the things you've witnessed, but the things you've participated in. Do you know at this point that you're worthy of everything you've achieved and everything?
Well, I certainly feel that I've earned everything that is wonderful and good and a reward.
Yeah.
I absolutely feel that that has not come cheaply. I've had to earn every bit of that, and I'm very proud of that.
And lastly, you've, as I keep repeating, you've changed the lives of so many people. Countless you'll never know. Most you'll never know.
It's astounding.
What is it?
Oh, I got to tell you
Tell
something
me.
else.
I want to know.
I had done a television interview, and I talked about my attempt at suicide.
Yeah.
About a year later, I was walking into the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria in New York, and I see somebody across the lobby, which is huge, go. So I walked toward them, and they ran toward me, and they held my hands, and they were in tears. It was a man. And he said, "Thank you." Oh, this is hard. He said, "Thank you. You saved my life."
Oh, jeez.
And that's when I thought, I just have to help in any way that I can. So, you know, words do have meaning, and when you have people playing with them and saying dreadful, untrue things, it's heartbreaking.
Well, you're a healer.
You know what? I think I am.
Too.
I think I am.
A healer. Okay, I think we need Kleenexes on aisle 1.
Queen of country music, 50 million albums sold. You've got this business empire. You don't appear to be slowing down at all. TV shows. This work ethic that you have had for so long, where does that come from?
Well, it comes from mom and daddy. They're hard workers. They both started with absolutely nothing. Daddy would win a roping and come back to the house, and he'd go across the highway and pay his grocery bill. Then he would go pay on a note, and then he'd try to buy more cattle or more land. And they started with nothing and got up to about 20,000 acres until he started kind of selling a few here or there. And now all 4 of us kids have really nice properties where we get to live. And Alice lives on hers, Paix lives on his, and Susie lives on hers. And mine's there, and we use it for baling hay and deer hunting and wild hog hunting, and it's just a way of life here that I absolutely come home to get to visit with.
As I understand it, you grew up on a ranch about 15 miles out of town, and you would come into Atoka. What was it like back then, this little town?
Well, it was just a bigger town than I grew up in, but Atoka was the big town where you got your dry cleaning and groceries and banking. Mom and Daddy did banking there, and then McAllister. I was born in McAllister, went to school at Kiowa, lived at Limestone Gap, Chalky, and Stringtown, and here in Atoka, and went to school at Durant, all on Highway 6975. So that's my life.
You grew up on one highway?
Yeah.
Was it always your dream to get out of Atoka?
No, I loved Oklahoma. It was a divorce, and he wasn't going to leave, so I left. And I went to Nashville, and that was where my job was. I mean, I was doing fine touring out of Oklahoma. It's centrally located. But I just thought it was time to make a move.
And now we're back.
Yeah.
And let's talk about why we're back.
Okay.
How did this come to be?
Well, they came to me wanting to know if I want to do a restaurant, and I said, absolutely not. I don't know anything about the restaurant business. Heard it's really a lot of work, and I'm not that good a cook anyway. But then they kept talking, and then they talked to me about getting the Choctaw Nation as my partners. And another thing that was so interesting to me is that the town was for it. The city council, Carol Irwin told me that, everybody is for it. We're going to get behind it. We need this growth to revitalize the town. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. We came in, looked at this building, and it was a lot of pigeons were living here and a lot of pigeon poop. And we looked at it and decided to go for it. So it's 15,000 square feet, 3 floors, so 5,000 each floor. A lot of history. This was a Masonic temple on the 3rd floor. And it's just turned into a very warm, fun place to come to. It's got a great spirit to it.
Kind of like Atoka.
Yeah, very friendly people.
Why was it so important for you to have the Choctaw Nation as a part of this, as a partner in this?
They've got the experience of what works, what does not work. They're highly successful. I like them a lot. I like working with them because I got to know them when I'm down there doing my concerts at their casino. It was a guaranteed cushion. Made me feel secure. Made me feel it wasn't all on my back. Any artist that lends their name or is in a partnership always takes the risk of failure. But with this many people involved that are so positive, so gung-ho, so talented, so smart, and so eager to succeed, I wanted to jump on that bandwagon immediately.
Can you tell us about how your parents met here?
Well, Mom and Daddy, they both grew up around Limestone Gap, just up the road on Highway 6975. And Mom and Daddy knew each other from school, but Daddy said one day he passed by their place, Grandma and Grandpa's place, and saw Mama carrying a big old 5-gallon bucket, I guess to slop the hogs or something. He said, she could fit in my program.
When he saw her carrying the hog slop bucket, that was all he needed.
Love at first sight.
Wow. It's a different time.
Yeah,
It's a
and
different
they both went to Limestone Gap School, but we were down here in Atoka a lot. We had friends down here. The movie theater was a very popular place for all of us to go. That's where we all went to see the movies.
And then you come back in March of 2020. What was happening then?
Well, Mama had just passed away, and I came back to help. I had been here for two weeks before she passed, and then I knew it was coming, and I was putting a tour together. And I said, I don't want to be here when she passes. So I said my goodbyes, and I went back to Nashville, and we rehearsed. And Susie called me, said, she's gone on. I said, okay. So I came back, and I was helping plan the funeral, and Susie and Alice and I were down at Brown's Funeral Home, and they said, I don't think we're going to be able to have the funeral. And I said, why? I said, well, because of COVID. So sure enough, here this thing snowballs. So I stay up at the home place, Mom and Daddy's place there in Stringtown, and Susie and I are going through each room, cleaning it all out and separating things. And Susie was doing the business part, and I was separating pictures and knickknacks and memorabilia. And I stayed there and then stayed up at Susie and Mark's house there at Chalky on the old home place. And it was just a time of reconnecting. It was just what we needed with Mama gone.
Why didn't you want to be here when she passed away?
I didn't want to see it. There was 14 members of the family. See, I just still, it's been 3 years. I just didn't want to see her go. I mean, when she was here and I stayed that 2 weeks with her, I slept with her. We'd cuddle and I'd say, Mama, what am I going to do? It's all about me now. I said, what am I going to do when you leave? She said, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Because she's always been my rock. She told me I was her favorite, and then Alice said she told her the same thing, so did Susie and Paige. So she's a good mama.
What was she like?
Tough, funny. All the grandkids loved her. She'd have a drink with you, cut up, have funny stories. When her nerves were a little bit tense, I'd look over and say, Mom, you need a little shot of whodunit? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, where's your whiskey? And she looked over at Luke Casey. She said, come here, her granddaughter, my niece. She said, go in there in my bathroom, dirty clothes hamper. At the bottom, bring me that bottle of Crown. I said, why do you have your whiskey in the dirty clothes hamper? She said, you think them boys are going to go in there and find it there? I said, good point.
Great point. Great point. And this is what I think a lot of folks would find striking. I mean, you made it big, I mean, you're the queen of country music. You're in Nashville. You're in Beverly. But you came back to Atoka after your mom died. Why?
It's home. Lots of great memories. It's a great place to grow up, raise kids, raise your family. Sometimes I wonder what it'd have been like if I hadn't left and gone on to Nashville. What would be different? But you can't look back. Hindsight's 20/20.
You didn't just keep ties. You decided, you know what? I'm gonna help Atoka come back. How did that come to be?
I've been working with the folks down in Sherman Denison for quite a while, since the early 80s. We have the Reba Ranch House down there. It's kind of like a Ronald McDonald House. We had a Reba rehabilitation mammography unit, the rehab center, and then the mammography unit that would go around and test women that couldn't make it into town or to a hospital. So I've been doing a lot of things like that, southeastern Oklahoma, northeast Texas. But when Carol came to me about the restaurant, I said, no. Then she says, it will really help the town. It'll help Atoka County. It'll help surrounding areas. Well, when you put it to me that way, if it'll help other people, I was for it 100%. And as I said, with the Choctaws being a part of it, and that was going to make it more fun. I love being in business with the Choctaw Nation. And the people here are just hardworking, good people. So Mama always said, and Red Stegall said this too, always surround yourself with people who are smarter than you and who are good people and have your best interest at heart. And that's what we have here in Atoka, Oklahoma.
Why did you think that this would be such a great way to honor Mama?
She loved Atoka. She came down a lot. She had lots of friends here. And then with her books, Mama could read 5 books at one time. She'd have one in the bathroom by her bedside, in the living room, probably one in the car, just in case. And she could keep up with all the stories. So books were a thing that she absolutely loved. That's the only thing she really collected that I know of, except little bottles of shampoo and conditioner from a hotel room. I found sacks and sacks of that kind of stuff. She was a hoarder.
Is this the
Library?
collection?
Yeah.
These
And this is not all of them. Oh, somebody had a little accident. A lot of these books I gave Mama. And when we were going through them, this was probably one of my jobs, other than cleaning out her bedroom and the bathroom and hall closets and everything. We're taking care of the books. I went through every one of them. And I had them all put in, like Mary Higgins Clark was one of her favorite authors. And she had tons of them. So I had all of her books together. James Patterson, I had them all together. And as you can see, they mixed them up here, which I think is really cool.
But Reba, so folks can come in and borrow a book and just bring it back?
I don't know if they've ever done that or not.
Okay.
We were worried about people just coming there and taking them but Alice said, you know what? If they need a book, let them take a book and they can read it and bring it back. Or if they have some books that they want to donate, they can also.
She was quite the prolific reader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was a school teacher. Yeah, she was a school teacher and loved to read. That was her most favorite. I could even tell you which room some of these books were in her house. Yeah.
She's smiling on this for sure, though.
Yeah.
What a great way to honor Mom.
Yeah.
That is.
Okay, so here is our merchandise floor and memorabilia everywhere, like I told you. We got sparkles, sequins.
Of course we got sparkles and
camouflage. Look
sequins.
at that.
And did you pick out a lot of this stuff?
No, I let the people who are good at that do their thing.
Yeah.
Every time I come up here, they've got some things up here that I think I just can't live without.
Yeah. I mean, that's beautiful. Some
Isn't it pretty?
rhinestones.
Yeah.
But this you wore.
I did. Yeah, on the right, of course, Annie Get Your Gun. On the left, that was my first outfit that my bus driver's wife, Millie Wilson, made for me.
And you remember all of this.
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing to me. When folks come in and enjoy Reba's Place, what do you want them to experience? What do you want them to take away?
A great experience. I want them to take away fun memories, souvenirs, great food, talk about it all the way home. Because there's a lot of things to do here, walking around looking at all the memorabilia. I'm a pack rat. Mama was a pack rat. I am too.
Why was it so important to have so much of your past as part of this place?
Well, one thing, I've got warehouses that I needed to get them out of there and put them somewhere. I kept thinking one of these days we'll have a museum. And because a few years back, I stopped auctioning off my outfits and stuff. I kept thinking, you know, we're going to need it somewhere. And sure enough, here we are. But you're talking about decor a while ago. The doors, they were the doors that were on the second floor in the apartments. And so, and they've got numbers on them. And so we kept them. They're in the bathroom. They're in between the booths. And it's just another thing to talk about. Everything needs a story.
Yeah.
It's like a country song or a good book has got the greatest story. So when you walk into Reba's Place, there's lots of things that will, one question will really spur on a great story.
How involved were you in the planning of the building, the renovation, the menu here, the decor?
Very, very involved with it. Picked out the fabric for the curtains on the booths, the leather, the pleather, everything. We're getting drapes in here because this afternoon sun's really hot. The chandeliers.
A little
mirrors.
birdie told me you've been quite hands-on. And
I
here's
like
the
to
thing,
be.
as you know, you could have just written the check and everything would have been just fine. No. Reba she really had to get involved.
People who know me, when they walk in and they text me and they say, oh yeah, we knew you'd pick that. You picked that over there, didn't you? And I said, oh yeah, that was what I wanted. It's very important for people to know that I have a lot to do with this. And again, here I go back with Red Stegall and Mama saying, surround yourself with smart people and talented people, smarter than me. Chef Curtis, amazing. Garrett Smith takes charge and helps Chef. It's a wonderful team. And the thing I'm really proud of, there are kids working here that some of them never worked in a restaurant before. They're getting that special training. And some of them might not have ever sat at the dining room table with their family. And they're serving people at a dining room table. So they're learning, and they're learning a trade, a craft. And that's very important. Whether they do or do not go to college, they're learning a trade.
I understand that local musicians play here.
Yeah.
Why was that so important?
Well, Reba's Place, McIntyres are not only ranchers and rodeo people, but singers, musicians. And so I thought it was very important to have music. And it seems to be a great drawing tool. And we have different people come in. Paik even comes in and entertains every once in a while. Susie and Mark. But, across the street, down the street, there's people coming in and playing. Ella Doby, Philip Miller, I grew up with him. He owns that down there. And it's just the way people are used to that. And I didn't want to be somebody that came in and didn't have music. And besides, I wanted it to be a small enough stage where it's not going to be a huge band, but it's going to be an acoustic set where people can eat, talk, and still listen to the music.
Have you performed here yet?
Yeah, had a blast doing it.
How cool.
It was a surprise, total surprise. And so the band came in and they set up, and then I came walking in, and it was really fun. So we stayed over the next day to do it again. Nobody thinking, oh, she left town. But I walked through and everybody was just eating. And I got up and I started singing Can't Even Get the Blues, and I saw people go. It was funny.
What's been the response so far?
People come here as a destination, not just because there's thousands of people that pass by on this road every day. They came as a destination, whether it's a 90-year-old grandma that wants to have her birthday here or a little kid that you'd think would be going to Chuck E. Cheese. No, they want to go to Reba's Place for their birthday party. They're coming from all over the country.
I heard that during one of your trips here, during the renovation of the building, you had to be rescued. What happened?
Well, we were up here on the 3rd floor, and the renovation had already kind of started by, when I say renovation, cleaning out. And there was a lot of traffic on these back stairs. And this is 1907, I think, when this building was built. So those stairs were not that sturdy, I guess. So Rex and I had come down from the 3rd floor, and we had gone down the stairs, and we were on the 2nd floor, and we were going around to go down the stairs again. And there was a ceiling fan, looked like something in the Bahamas. And I said, hey, Rex, come here, look at this. What if we took this down and kept it when we get through with the renovation and everything and put it back up? That'd be, whoa. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. If we hadn't stopped for that ceiling fan, we were going to be on that stairwell, smashed between floors. And so we were stuck. You know, we were hollering out the windows, and I said, how are we going to get down? They said, oh, don't worry, we're going to call the fire department. And I thought, you know, one of them inflatable big things, and I could do a swan dive and flip, and of course I can't do any of that. But they said, how about a ladder? And I said, oh, okay, I'll do that too. So we went down the ladder and made the news.
But even after you nearly died in the building during the renovation, you decided to stick with it? There was never any consideration of walking away?
No, when you have something like that, you better believe that everything's going to be totally reinforced, going to be stronger than ever, because everybody's really attentive and they know they've got to fix anything that is not perfected. Perfectly stout and able to have people coming up down the stairs or the elevator, anything. It's got to be safe.
So you didn't have any misgivings, even after the...
It was kind of a godsend to me in every way. Number one, it's a great story. Number two, nobody was hurt. And then number three, everybody knew this is an old building. We've really got to take care of putting it back together, stouter and better than ever.
This place where we're sitting right now, it's the linchpin of a comeback, of a small town. I mean, I've heard the traffic's picked up. You've employed 130 people here. You're having quite the impact. How does that make Reba McEntire feel?
Well, it makes Reba McEntire feel like she made a great decision with the people who made everything happen. I may be the name, I may be the drawing power, but man, they've got to be here day in, day out, 7 days a week, 11 to 9, making sure that everything's okay. They show up 4 o'clock in the morning to make the bread, the crackers, everything that you're going to eat today. They made it sourced out of local farmers, local ranchers. It's the Choctaw beef. It's all right here, keeping it local, and I'm very proud of that. Chef was telling me that when he started the menu, and I'd send him recipes that Rex and I had made there at home in Nashville, and he'd try them out and said, okay, that's going to go on the menu. He said when he was trying everything out, he thought he'd going to gain a lot of weight. He lost weight because there's no preservatives. It's all good, healthy food.
How much of all of this is also, perhaps, about keeping you connected to Atoka, keeping you connected to your past?
Well, one thing I can answer that with, Alice always said, oh, good, now you'll be coming home more often. True. You know, I got a business, but I want to see my family too. Alice, Peyton, Susie, and I, we're real tight. I think even more tight since Mom and Daddy passed, especially since Mama passed. We had to grow up. We're orphans now.
What do you think your mama would make of all this?
Oh, shoot, Mom and Daddy both would have been down here every day. She'd been up there reading a book. All right, I'm going to go down. It's about time for my little Crown 7. Yeah, she'd loved it. Daddy would too. He'd be holding court down there telling stories.
Folks who are watching this, who've heard about how Reba McEntire's helped save her tiny town, what do you want them to take away from this story?
Well, I want them to take away that Reba didn't do this. Reba was a small part that was willing to be a part of a great story, a successful story, one that's still growing, one that's still thriving, and one that's talked about all over the state of Oklahoma, because people are coming from all over, from Oklahoma and surrounding states. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. When I was playing Madison Square Garden April 15th, Garrett told me that people were stopping in here to Reba's place on their way to see me in Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
How about that? Now that made me feel really, really good. My fans are the best.
What do you hope that this helps turn Atoka into?
A family place. I hope people come back into the town proper and bring their families. Come to school here. Great schools. They're really wonderful schools. They're wonderful churches. It's a great place to raise a family. And to get back in here and to revitalize downtown and the surrounding areas, it's already happening, and it's fun to watch.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.